The pain in the back of my skull is what brought it all back. That sealed off life, the one before this one. 30 years old in the 21st century, both parents gone, a heart that finally quit under one too many all-nighters. And the last wish I'd had, clutching my chest, was that if there were ever a second draft of a life, I'd spend it lying flat and resting. Instead, I'd open my eyes a baby in a mud-walled house with some old woman shrieking abuse across the room. My mother, this time around, being the one she screamed at. 6 years I'd lived as Nyonyo, then Sugwahao, before the memories came. 6 years of knowing I'd died and landed in an age where simply not starving was the whole of the problem, and a child could do nothing about any of it. The family I'd been born into ran to the era's pattern. Grandparents, 3 sons and 2 daughters, all married, none split off, one big household. My father this life was the 4th, Su Xiangwen, an honest, dark, plain country man, neither eldest nor pampered youngest, but stuck in the thankless middle and afflicted with a blind, spineless filial piety. To everyone's astonishment, this scrawny nobody had married a sent-down educated girl, young manhwa, pretty, lettered, and a worker who never shirked, the kind of daughter-in-law the village's old aunties had written off as a city girl bound to leave someday, until my father carried her off. The marriage soured fast. He'd hand every work point and coin he earned to his parents, even with his own children going without milk, and his refusal to stand up for his wife let his sister-in-law load all the labor onto her and beat and curse her when she resisted, with him never once at her side. The surface peace broke when I was 6, the year his side of the family set their eyes on my little sister, meaning to sell her, a girl being worth nothing, and the money to buy my uncle some job posting that may never even have existed. My mother, never the favored one and married to a man who wouldn't lift a hand for them, had no standing even to refuse. In the end, she did the one thing such trades depended on no one daring to do. She dragged it into the open, where the whole village could see. And my father, her husband, answered that by beating her half to death. Small as I was, I'd thrown myself in to block him and been kicked aside, my head striking the ground, out cold. And that was the day my old life memories vanished and I became, for a stretch, a true 6-year-old. It happened that government men had come that same day to collect the grain levy and look in on how the villagers were faring, and they walked straight into the near killing and stopped it. The village head Su Hangin went black in the face. The visiting official, once he had the whole story, tore into the village head and the whole Su clan. The policy now was equality of the sexes, women holding up half the sky, and here was a family openly trying to sell off a girl child, no different from a trafficker. They rushed my mother and me to the town hospital. We were both pulled back, and somewhere in there my old memories went with the rest. The Su family, terrified of prison or a bullet, made promises and made a show of paying the medical fees, though their payment didn't cover half of it, and the village head finally settled the rest out of his own pocket to end the matter. Had he not been on decent terms with the official, with a human trafficking incident breaking out during an inspection, it could not have been smoothed over. As it was, this being the 60s, and the thing kept from reaching the town and city proper, there was still room to save it, and with the village head's repeated guarantees and the Su family's sworn repentance, it stopped short of jail. The scandal at least frightened the surrounding villages, with the same preference for sons, into keeping their own girl selling quite a while. After the memory lost, the 6-year-old's recollection of those years runs blurry. I didn't much register what went on at home, but even without an adult's reasoning, something underneath kept telling me, keep the family safe. At some point, the big household split. Faintly, I remember the 2 old ones' faces being foul on the day, the village head standing witness, so they couldn't refuse. But splitting the household couldn't beat the enemy inside it. My own father, who'd sooner watch his children go hungry than fail to help his brother, handing over half his earnings every month to his parents and skimming from the rest to buy things for that brother's family, while my mother kept us alive on what little her own labor brought in. Nearly every quarrel traced back to those people. We were split off and living as though we never had been, with them still eyeing my mother's thin income. Yang Meihua had asked him countless times to make up his mind whether he wanted this family at all, to at least feed his own children before relieving everyone else, who lived freer than any of us. He'd promise to her face and forget by the time he turned around. 16 years passed like that. A small quarrel every 3 days and a big one every 5, until none of us expected anything of him anymore. He wasn't cruel to us. He saw to his duty and our schooling so long as it never touched those relatives. But after he'd handed his own chance at the tractor-driving job to his eldest brother without a word for his family, whatever marriage there'd been was gone, and they were two people sharing a roof. If my mother hadn't held the household together by main force, hungry one meal and fed the next, we'd not have had the chance to grow at all. I'd grown more than tired of the man. Filial piety's fine, but you weigh it against your family's state. You don't haul the suffering home and give away the last of what your own children have. Under his subsidies, those people lived several times better than we did, never wondering where the next meal came from. A few days back, the so-called grandmother had slipped into our place while everyone was out and made off with the only cornmeal we had. My mother, home early to cook, caught her at it. Young manhwa had had enough of that mother-in-law and went to take the cornmeal back, the points she'd scraped together to put some flesh on her children. But before she reached the door, the old woman was already shrieking, and by the time she got there, the woman threw herself flat on the ground, rolling and wailing that the daughter-in-law was beating her. The crudest act in the world, and my father, without a word, kicked my mother hard in the spine. At 16, I watched it, pig-stupid, and grabbed a stool and knocked the old woman back to protect my mother. That was the moment I knew there was no living in this family. I had to get my mother and my brother and sister out before the Sioux clan drained us like leeches. Divorce. I was the one, the eldest son, who said the word, and the watching neighbors went stiff with shock, for in a 60s village that word was a nail of shame driven into a woman. Many would sooner be beaten to death than ask for it, since it shamed her own manhwa. I stood iron behind my mother, and however little my father wanted a divorce, he couldn't stop me taking her and the little ones out of that house. We'd nowhere to live, only a thatch hut at the foot of the mountain to borrow for now. With no other way, I went alone into the deep mountain to see whether I could bring back some meat to put strength in everyone. And that the mountain eats men is no village rumor. Giant fingling rose high and dense, the canopy sealing off the sky, no path through the choking undergrowth in any direction. One slip of the foot, and I nearly died there. Lucky, then, by some odd grace I came to, and with me came all my memories back. Host's memory restored, survival system activating. Random newcomer's gift pack received. Open it. A strange prompt voice, deep in my head. A survival system? I said. I'd read enough novels and watched enough shows, but I hadn't reckoned that a second life would come with this on top. A system that crossed eras. Here, host, it answered. So there really was one. The survival system is real. Open the newcomer's gift pack now. You can hear my thoughts. Answering. The system hears only system-related words in the host's thoughts. Privacy is 100% secure. A 30-year mind accepted it fast enough, and stuck in this mountain in these years, it was exactly the help I needed. Open it. Gold light flared. Congratulations, talent acquired, strong as an ox. A warm current poured through me, and with it the ache went out of every corner of my body. The light dying, I slapped the dust off and stood. I had to catch something and get down before dark, or my mother would worry herself sick. I strode on, gathering deadwood as I went and watching for the brush-thick, open, Denanpond places where game gathers at dusk, with a 16-year-old's body and strong as an ox in it. This was the frame a man spends a life wishing for. A clucking, close by. Nearest prey detected. Pheasant. Issuing task, capture the pheasant. Time, 1 hour. Reward, 1 unknown chest. I hid in the tree shadow, drew back the vine creeper I'd gathered, and loosed it at the 2 birds like a meteor, square in the chest of one. Task complete. Reward, 1 unknown chest. Open or store and pack. Open it. Mountain route map acquired. Just the thing. I'd had no idea of the way down, and might have wandered for days guessing. I rigged a crude carry sack of deadwood and leaves, lashed it shut with soft vine so no one could see what was inside, and found the map's gift went further than an easy descent. It marked every region of the mountain's depths, the dens where animals lived, some spots tagged with question marks for creatures unnamed, the route down floating before me like 3D navigation. A treasure mountain, unmined, truly mine now. Half an hour on, I came down to the hut. Mud and rubble walls, bamboo and straw roof, a plank door propped with two little carrying poles. On a stone block, by the door, my brother and sister sat watching the way I'd gone. "Sister, why isn't Big Brother back?" the small boy mumbled into his hands. "I want to go find him." Sugwishing. Big Brother said children can't run off. "Disobey, and I'll have him spank you when he's back," the little girl said, grave beyond her years, until she spotted me at the slope's foot and broke into delight, tearing toward me. "Big Brother. Big Brother's back." I'd seen the two of them long before, sitting good as gold, and the sight of those small arms and legs racing to meet me sent a rush of something warm through my chest. In that rough hut were the mother who'd given her all to protect her children this life, young manhwa, and my sister Su Jiao and brother Su Guishing. And I was Guahao, the son she'd loved 16 years, the big brother those two loved best. I set the deadwood down and crouched to catch both little missiles. "Careful, don't fall." "I never fall." Jiao shook her head, and the shake brought the pheasant's head, under the brush, into view. Both children saw it, and both clapped their hands over their own mouths, delighted and dead set on keeping it from being taken to the brigade or snatched off to the grandparents. The joy they couldn't hide melted me. "Come on, home to cook something good." Inside, small and broken, but whole enough, I carried everything to the back room and met my mother's red-rimmed eyes. "Ma." The slap landed across my back and rang through the hut, scaring both children stiff. "You still know I'm your mother? How many times have I told you people die in that place? How many times? Even the time the brigade went up after a maddened boar." "Suguahao. Wings hard now, can fly now, don't want your life, don't want your mother? If something happened to you, how am I to live?" Her scolding fell off and her hands moved from striking my back to checking it for wounds, her way of protecting her son. She'd never been into the mountain but knew its terror. Few who went came home the same day, and the lost were brought back maimed or not at all, only scraps found near the dens. I heard all of it, but there was no other road, and the road was up, and I had the system. "Ma, will you just trust your son? I swear nothing will happen to me. Trust me this once. At least we've meat now. We'll live better than before. We won't starve." Furious as she was, my earnest eyes gave her pause. "I promise I won't go to the deepest part, and even with no kill, I'll come back in time. Don't you trust me?" Every word reached her. He's only 16, his eyes steady and sure. Plain that even if she beat him, she'd not break the decision. And it was he who'd blocked my father's fists and stood as her wall. He who'd set us on this road with no turning back to hold the little family up. "This is my promise, and I won't break it. I'll never let anyone bully you, bully our family. When we're settled, we'll find a chance to buy a patch of land, grow vegetables, make a home of our own. Ma, Guahao's grown. Let me hold up a sky for you. Trust your son." It caught her heart like a fist closed around it. The pain of a child who knew that house was never theirs, who'd take the suffering on himself to hold the small family up, while she as his mother couldn't even feed them full, every one of them gone thin and careful. The two little ones, seeing her cry like that, threw their arms round her and wailed too. "Ma, don't cry. Jiao, blow it better. Where does it hurt, Ma?" And their child's words softened her the rest of the way, and she took the reality of it. I wiped her tears, smiling. "Ma, I'm hungry. I want chicken soup." I handed over the bird. "Want to try my cooking?" "Don't. Let me," she said, dry-eyed now. With a look, she remembered the time I'd roasted a few sweet potatoes and given the whole family the runs for a day. "You two come help. Let your brother rest." The children, mouths already watering at soup, scrambled to the stove lest they miss their chance to help. "I'll light the fire," I said, easier now. She'd given way, so my going up the mountain was settled. "Brother, mind the little mushrooms sister and I picked. Don't step on them," a small voice piped, and the whole family bent to its work, warm and bright. The kitchen filled with the smell of soup, mushroom sweet under the meat, and even I swallowed hard more than once. The era's seasonings were pitiful, and my mother could still coax flavor like this out of a bird, not a trace of gaminess. Real skill. A pot of chicken soup and a heaped plate of stir-fried giblets went onto the table, the wild bird heavy with meat once plucked, a meal richer than New Year's, the two children's legs swinging wild with joy. No father, no bad people to fight them for it. I ladled my mother a full bowl first, then the children there too, and last took mushroom and meat for myself. She caught the brimming bowl set before her and moved to swap it. I had mine to my lips before she could. Yours isn't healed yet. Drink it. Ma should be good and listen. Jiao Jiao agreed solemnly through a mouthful, and Guoxing, hands too hot, clapped his ears but got it out too. Ma, listen. She shook her head, laughing, and drank. A little meat in the belly is a different thing. We ate to the last drop, the children mopping the giblet juice with their fingers. Full, my mother wrapped half a chicken in lotus leaf with a layer of mushroom over it so the meat didn't show. Wow, take this to your Aunt Jie's. Careful, that, and waited. Jie was the best friend she'd made coming down to the countryside, the one bright thing in these hard years. Even this hut was hers, lent to us. I took it without hesitation. Aunt Jie had helped us past counting, treated me from small like her own son. It was she and Uncle Lee who'd stopped us at the bend with nowhere to go and given us the old house to stay in, and I'd carry that gratitude my whole life. I should. I'll go now. Mind the road. It's 10 minutes walk, the village pitch dark, the night wind and crickets and frogs easing the tiredness out of a man. I knocked. Who? Brother Guahao. Come in, come in. A boy about my age, easy and warm, Li Guang. Xiao Guang, your dad and aunt in? In the back. Ma's been meaning to come over, and here you are first. Li Song and Aunt Jia rose to meet me. Sit, sit. Eaten yet? And I sat, smiling, showing my tiger tooth. I've eaten. Uncle Li clapped my shoulder, poured me water, asked if we were settling in all right. Anything I needed to say so. Aunt Jia, with that ache in her voice, asked after my mother and pressed sweet potatoes on me, nudging her husband to fetch them. I stopped him. Uncle, no, I came to bring you something, and set the mushroom and the lotus-wrapped half-chicken on the table. Meat being dear and hard to come by, their eyes went wide. Uncle Li flicked his son a look. Guang. And Li Guang hurried to shut the door. Aunt Jia unwrapped the leaf half thinking her old eyes had failed her. And there it was, a dressed bird, half of one. But a bird, but meat. Where's this from? Caught it on the mountain today, half's for you. The mountain, she breathed, her eyes reddening. Everyone knew coming down alive off that slope was a roll of the dice. What but hardship would send a child up to risk it? And the first thing he'd thought of was them. Uncle Lee liked the boy's grateful heart the more for it, but he didn't approve the mountain. Tomorrow I'll ask the village head about work. No more going up. What becomes of your mother if something happens? Aunt Jia agreed hard. No more people die? Their first thought wasn't the meat at all, but my safety. It moved me. My mother had found a friend you don't meet twice in a life. Uncle, Aunt, rest easy. I only knock about the mountain's edge. I won't go in. I've found work. I didn't tell them I meant to keep hunting. I knew the village's land was long since parceled out, grain tight, no field to be had. The two grown-ups still wanted to say something, but my open, unflinching face took the worry out of it. Work meant a way to live. Aunt Jia went to put the bird back in the basket. I blocked her hand. Aunt, Uncle, I won't take it back. You've done so much for us lately. A junior's bringing this to honor you. You can't refuse it, or I won't come round anymore. So firm a little grown up that they could only look at each other, lost for words. And I grabbed the basket and bolted for the door before they could stop me, too quick to catch. They sighed and shook their heads. They knew the heart in it, which was just why it pained them. Whatever small grudge Uncle Lee had nursed over his wife, forever helping the Yang household, it let go in that moment. What a good boy. What's wrong with that Sue's second son's head? He muttered, for the man's family to have driven a child to force a divorce in his mother's defense. The man was a fool. Aunt Jia had no kind word for him either. They settled that Uncle Lee would hold off asking the village head until she'd looked in on my mother's health. If I'd truly found work, there'd be no farming a field anyway. Then they turned and caught their own son's eyes shining at that half-chicken, and Aunt Jia warned him sharp. Li Guang, go running up that mountain and your dad breaks your legs. Your mother's right, Uncle Lee said. The boy went cold down the back, eyes down, not daring to meet hers. Don't worry, Ma. His heart hammering all the while. Everyone's going. How can I not? Just the once. She set the lotus chicken down the well to keep and sent him to wash and sleep. Home. I found Jiao Jiao clumsily heaving the bucket toward the well mouth, her small limbs not up to half of it, and the sight in the dark scared the soul out of me. I ran, took the bucket, pulled her clear, and barked it harder than I meant. Su Jiao Jiao, didn't I say never go near the well? She burst into tears, and my mother and Guoxing came out at the noise. What's this? Jiao Jiao, weren't you washing inside? My mother's anger flared past mine on a thing of life and death. Jiao Jiao, what did I tell you? Never the well. Call me or your brother to draw water. The child sobbed it out between hiccups. I wanted to help. Ma's not better yet. Big brother works so hard. If I could just help a little, you wouldn't be so tired. Tugging at her fingers to get the whole of it out. My mother crouched and wiped her face. Ma's not tired. The day Ma and your brother are truly worn out, we'll have Jiao Jiao help. I crouched too and stroked her head, gentler now. Jiao Jiao's good and sensible, and I'll let you help plenty later, but never the well. A child by a well is dangerous. If something happened, your mother and brother would cry themselves to death. She listened hard, not following all of it, but enough. The well's no place, and Ma and Big Brother love her, and she doesn't want them to cry. Sorry, Ma. I know I was wrong. My mother stood her up. Enough. You've cried yourself sweaty, and let her in. And Guoxing, who'd watched the whole war from behind her, scrambled onto the Kong and played asleep. I dropped the heavy, thick-walled bucket down the well, and where drawing water used to soak me through, strong as an ox made it nothing. Water enough for tonight, and the big vat filled, and the vat itself shifted nearer the kitchen. With it set, the kitchen black as pitch. I thought, tomorrow I cut more firewood. The house wants everything. The kerosine's near gone, and what I take on the mountain I'll have to sell careful on the black market. It's the tale of summer still, easy enough, but when the deep winter snow comes it'll be harder by far. Next morning, mist low over the fields, the village stirring to the day's farming. I waited at the door with the brush knife for the children to wash, running my tongue over my back teeth. No toothbrush, no paste, no getting used to it. Once we're settled and climbing, I'd like the system to turn up a few such things. Big brother, I want a knife too, came Jiao Jiao, basket on her back, eyes fixed bright on the blade. Guoxing yawning behind her, short legs hustling so as not to be left. A brush knife's no thing for children. Your job's the heavy one, gathering deadwood. They nodded, sworn since last night to be good. At the mountain's safe outer edge, thick with fallen branches, they tipped their baskets off their backs and fell to it joyful, while I found a pine with a bad limb and took it off clean. The village forbids felling trees, only trimming dead wood. Every cut went smooth, and Guoxing felt his own thin arm against mine, hot with wanting to grow up able like his brother and protect the family, protect Ma. The basket's near full, Jiao Jiao cried out, beaming, and pointed, a whole carpet of mushrooms. Guoxing made to grab them. I caught his collar. Wait. The children pick mushrooms enough to know roughly what's safe, but not always the poison ones. Jiao Jiao, Xiaoxing, the bright-colored ones, never. Pick the gray-brown ones we eat. I pointed them to the oyster mushrooms. The gaudy ones draw the eye, but aren't worth your life. Good. They chorused and fell to picking, the joy of it pulling me in too. Keeping the family safe in peace is the whole meaning of the striving. Jiao Jiao, these ferns too, I said, finding a patch of fiddleheads I hadn't expected, and the children had their hands full till the baskets were heaped with deadwood, mushrooms, and fern, the patch stripped bare. Right, home first. Will we come again, brother? Jiao Jiao asked, swaying where she stood from crouching too long, Guoxing tired and happy beside her. Later I've something to do, and you two have a big task. I'd never take them up the mountain. Even with the whole map there's danger, and I work best alone. When we're home you sort the mushrooms and fern for Ma to put away, and the firewood wants binding. Charged with the great task, they fell in behind me, no longer angling to come along. Home then. What I couldn't know was that the little house already had a guest. I came and apologized. What more do you want? It was a couple of slaps. If you still mean to live this life, bring the children home today. If not, then divorce. My father slapped the table, baffled. He'd come specially to make peace, and young manhwa still wouldn't come home. Other men's houses were warm and talking. He came back to a cold one. Not even a hot sweet potato to eat. None of the children's laughter. His eldest son speaking of cutting ties. Raised for nothing, he thought. My mother gave a cold laugh, her eyes back on him. Funny? A couple of slaps? If not for Guahao, my skull would have split again. Su Xiangwen, You hypocrite. You know my nature. I'd never raise a hand to an elder. You've forgotten your own mother throwing herself on the ground? You want to be filial. I won't stop you. I won't even fight you. But the house has no grain left, and you neglect your own to mind another's? What's so worth your sick devotion? Your brothers and sisters married with children and still can't do without you propping them up. It's because you never once treated this family as a family that everyone bullies us, bullies my children. You don't ache for them. I do. Each retreat had only earned her more contempt, and her children's. For their sake, she'd not retreat again. At the mention of the children, my father bristled. How could she paint him so? Who says I don't love the children? Bring them back. Let them say whether I love them. Have I ever hit them, cursed them? Ever short them food or clothes? What can one woman do? Eat mine, wear mine, and tell me I don't love them? He thought himself terribly wronged. He never made the children lift a hand, took the hard work on himself, never feared toil for them. You love every child, came my voice from the door. I'd heard the quarrel from outside, learned he'd come at dawn to make peace, and dropped the basket and hurried in lest his temper turn to fists. The two little ones came too, scared but afraid for their mother. He beamed and waved the children over. See, even Guahao knows I love all my children. I didn't go. I went to my mother's side. Yes, and of all the children you love, best the ones from other houses. He stared, baffled. I met his eyes without fear, the first time before the memory loss, the second when I took my mother out. You do love us. But every cousin comes before us. What we have, they must have. What we don't, they get anyway. You'd starve your own to hand your eldest brother's son your job. When the aunt and her brood bullied and cursed us, you not only wouldn't speak up, you dragged us to apologize. The one time you took us to the city, you brought the uncle's children too, photographed them, bought them dumplings. 15 years of their elders cursing us, and you'd only scold us to apologize first, give way first. Grandmother forever sneaking our little bit of food to the uncle's house, you knowing we'd starved, and when I asked, you kicked me out the door. When you'd sooner starve us than fail to send food to grandmother. That was when I let it go. Don't come round anymore. When you're old, we'll see you buried and feed you in your last years. But no more. The slap cracked across my face, a man's full field strength behind it, blood at the corner of my mouth, and I stood straight and didn't move, a man at my mother's side. So that's the never hit, never cursed. My mother wiped the blood, nose stinging, refusing to cry. For herself, for the children, she'd be strong. Something in him lurched at my cold, feelingless eyes. His hand shook. He half regretted it, as if he were truly losing this son. Was this still the dutiful eldest boy? Have you lost your mind, Su Xiangwen? My mother shoved him off, and the two little ones, terrified but bold, pushed at him crying, "Why'd you hit big brother again? Get out. Bad dad. Go, we don't want you." That, again, tore his mask. Children remember a beating however small. You've all enraged me, he said, undone. Wife and children turned against him, the whole thing run past saving on one slap. He glanced at my bleeding face, opened his mouth, was shoved again, and fled before everyone's eyes. My mother sat me down. Let me borrow an egg from Aunt Jia to press it. I stood her back on the stool. No need, Ma. It's nothing, my hide's thick. Sort the firewood and mushrooms and fern with these too before they spoil. I'll go set a few traps and come down early. She saw the heaped baskets and worried. Rest today, don't go? Just a few traps, no deep mountain. Maybe meet again tonight. Knowing her son as only a mother can, knowing the weight he carried and that she mustn't drag at him, she let him go. Then be careful, I'll make something good. Heartened to see her find her feet, I charged the children with minding her and took the tools and went. By the map's route, 2 hours hard hiking and soaked through, I reached the spot. Noon, the air baking, but the place thick with old trees and shade. I sat, stripped off the rough jacket to mop the sweat, pounded my numb legs back to feeling. Open mountain map. The whole thing spread before me, vast past believing, the ridgeline coiling like a python. Even at the Denmark detail, it beat any later phone navigation, and I'd been lost in mountains before where the signal died. Where I stood, the map read wild-haired dens. Burrows so hidden under leaf fall that without the map the eye would never find them. Hares being no less cunning than any beast. not to be caught barehanded nor simply speared through. I looked round for what the place offered. I tore tough kudzu vine, dug up a score of earthworms with the knife, picked some tender green leaves, crossed 2 arm-thick deadwood sticks, and wove the vine across into a net pouch hung above, then drove sharp bamboo splinters along every likely escape line to cut the hairs off. The worms and leaves threaded conspicuous on twigs at the low angle a hare would see, baited to draw a keen nose. I stepped back, pleased. Nearest hare den detected. Issuing task, capture the hare. Time, 24 hours. Reward, 1 spin of the survival wheel. First the pheasant, now the hare. I had the system's task pattern now, and that it leaned toward giving resources. Harmless, safe. I spread the jacket in the shade and slept off the heat. That noon, in the Su family's main room, the grandmother Nyo Shulan slammed the table. The second son hadn't come to work their fields in days, the wife still angry. The fifth son Su Xiangjuan, near 40, eating an egg his mother had hidden for him, with his wife Hu Li, fed her line that the second brother just hadn't coaxed his wife round yet, that soon enough the old woman herself would have to go apologize. Neo Shulan cursed young Manhwa up and down. Should have married a village girl, not some sent-down educated one. The prettier the woman, the worse the curse on the house. While Huli needled that the second son's children had turned on their uncle and shamed the family, unlike her own good boys who loved their grandmother. The flattery turned the old woman sweet, and then Su Xiangjuan planted the real point. If the wife kept it up, the second brother's heart might scatter, and all 3 children had gone with her. And with the autumn harvest near and hands wanted, the grandchildren at least must be kept. Young Meihua mustn't carry them all off. Neo Shulan jumped up. Come, all of you, we'll go talk to the second son. I don't believe one woman can turn the sky over. Su Xiangjuan and Huli traded a smug look and followed. Their aim hit. Let the second son come work the fields free, and once it was settled they'd rest and make up for these tiring days. Down by the river, I found what the dam between the 2 villages had hidden. A natural reservoir where the current pooled clear and full of fish, crabs, and shrimp washing down the narrow channel to the dam mouth. A fishing paradise the later anglers would have drooled over. I'd not come up empty here. I stripped the tough bast fiber off the big tree leaves I'd gathered. The mountain's ready-made net material, bent green bamboo that gives without breaking into a crossframe, shredded and rubbed the fiber into cord till my palms bled, and wove a net, jamming thorned roots through the crossings and driving them fast with a stone so the knots couldn't slip. By the time the sun slid west I had it. Not large, but enough to hold what swam in. Asterisk river water creatures detected. Side task, catch 10 river creatures. Time, 3 days. Reward, 1 grain crop blind box draw. Note, side tasks expire if not met in time. Complete enough of them for 10 mystery gift packs. Asterisk. I wasn't surprised by a side task with a 3-day clock, and it confirmed the system dealt mostly in resources, a safe, harmless thing. Better an external cheat in this age than nothing at all. I waded out to a rock, flung the net into the churning water, weighted the holding cord with a stone under stacked pebbles, and tugged to feel it set. Perfect. The low sun stretched my shadow long. I'd best go down first and come back at night, or my mother would fret the day through, and I'd look in at the pheasant den on the way and take another, so as not to come home empty. I'd want more leaves to cover tonight's haul, too, and a bigger carry basket. I'd have to get one made. On the mountain's far side, 8 patch shirt boys found again the spot where their last cook fire had burned to ash, not their first time up, and thrilled to be back. Su Weibin swaggered to the front, gap-toothed and grinning, the others fawning. Benji's the best. All but Li Guang, who'd not have come had he known this lot would. He disliked Su Weibin's family for their shameless tricks and the boys lording it over everyone. Su Weibin collected his winnings from a bet, a corn cake off Tai Dan. A precious 1 fin coin a boy called Lao Wu had saved a whole year. The boy stung worst when Weibin sneered at his parents being people who didn't keep their word. They split the work, the lure of roasted meat driving them, remembering the pheasant that had once struck a tree and died into their hands here. But this time the game wouldn't show. The 1 pheasant they did rouse was strong and flew, and 8 of them couldn't run it down. Footsore and discouraged as the sun set, they gave it up. Get down before dark, before our parents know we sneaked up. Then sharp-eyed Mao's eye spotted the seat of Su Weibian's trousers gone wet, and the laughter turned cold when Weibian's hand came up red, and Hanyu, scrabbling where Weibin had sat, dug out several pheasants. Next torn to pulp, for finger-wide blood holes in each breast, no ordinary cat or dog's work. Don't take them, Da Zhuang cried too late. Weibin had already snatched two. Mine, I found them with my own backside. Li Guang prodded the rest, saw the ruined necks, the holes a finger could pass through, and went hoarse. Throw them back, get down the mountain. My granddad said this is what a black bear leaves. Weibin backed off, clutching two birds. Give up free meat for them to grab. Did they take him for a fool? If you don't want yours, I'll take them. And a beast's roar split the whole hillside, and the 8 ran headlong down, no one daring to look back for where it came from. I reached home to find my mother and Aunt Jia talking and laughing in the back room. Sweet potatoes and wild greens on the floor, Aunt Jia's bringing. Guahao's back. My mother let out a quiet breath. The boy's safe. All was well. Aunt Jia liked me more for the work I'd found and the way it had eased her husband's grudge over helping. Aunt Ma found a chicken at the slope foot on my way back from work. Halves for Aunt. I drew the trust bird from the basket. My mother knew it for what it was. The boy not wanting them to worry. Had Aunt Jia not come by at noon, she'd never have known the work was the mountain. It's missing a leg. Lucky I spotted it, I said lightly. Jia, sit a moment. I'll dress half for you. Aunt Jia, mind racing. Was he sneaking up again? Rose at the word. It's late. I'll go cook. Mind you put the potatoes and greens away. Watching her hurry off, my mother understood her meaning well enough. Ma, where's Guoxing and Jiao Jiao? The house too quiet without the two of them at the door. She wiped her eyes and turned, gentle. Roasting sweet potatoes in the kitchen, to have ready when you're back. Let's roast this chicken tonight, I said, draining a bowl of water. I may have to go out later. She'd had a thought of keeping the bird for eggs, and let it go out so late. And I told her, easy, that I'd met an old hunter today building game traps and meant to look at them tonight. I couldn't speak of the system, so I gave her an experienced man to set her at ease. He's got a gun. It's safe. She let it be. The boy had nothing only to spare her worry, steadier standing alone than she was. Good, but promise Ma you'll take all care. A child still growing, coming home from the hunt without a mouthful of meat. She wouldn't have it. The egg-keeping thought died there. At the kitchen door we found the 2 little soot cats, faces gray, small hands cradling bits of sweet potato, eating and wincing at the heat. Ma, big brother. Big brother's back. Ma, eat. It's so good. We saved you the 2 biggest. I set the basket down. Won't that spoil your room for roast chicken? And the children's eyes went huge at the bird standing on its leaves. Big brother's amazing, they breathed. Meat yesterday and again today. My mother peeled one and bit in, sweet and good if a little overdone and sticky. Delicious. You two could be cooks. And the praise turned their faces proud and red. Tonight we roast half, and you make mushroom and chicken soup with the rest. All right, she smiled, and set water on to scald and pluck the bird. Ma, I'll roast it. You do the soup. The kitchen's too small and hot. I carried 2 heaps of firewood out to the open ground by the well. Better out here in the cool of night, with the well capped safe. Jiao Jiao, Xiaoxing, a big task, I said, pointing to the dry kindling. Wash up. One carry the firewood out, one sweep the ash. The words big task lit them. They fell to it with a will. I carried the kitchen table out to the little clearing, built the firewood into a triangle with Guoxing's half-burned hardwood, laid floss grass for tinder, and the small one struck the match, and the dry wood caught with a whoosh. Fetch that stick you play with, I told Guoxing, and he ran and brought it, and I set small stones to cradle it into a spit rest. Bring 2 handfuls of earth. And the 2 raced out and back 3 times, filling the stone sides, glowing with the help. Inside, my mother had scalded and plucked and gutted the bird, cleaned it inside and out, split it. She rubbed half with something on an enamel plate and called the children to carry it out washed-handed. Taking it, I found her seasoning, scallion and a yellow paste rubbed through, and ran the stick through it and set it over the fire, turning it every few minutes, fat dropping to spit sparks. The 2 children crouched beside me unblinking, feeding the flames. Half an hour, the moon up, the roast done, and the mushroom chicken soup carried out. The family's first supper in this little well yard. The day's heat gone. The night cool. Roast bird and firelight, and a fullness in everyone. Even my mother rubbing her belly satisfied. Then the door banged. I was carrying the table back in. I frowned and opened it black-faced. A boy in torn clothes. And when I saw the face, it was Stone, a neighbor's son a year younger, slid down the mountain, thigh and cheek torn open, pounding the door like a man back from the dead. Help, help. Stone, what's happened? I bent and took his weak legs. On the mountain, there's a black bear, the others are still up there. Help. My mother and the children came running. What's wrong? Child, how are you hurt so? He wept it out. He had no strength left. Would Guahao carry him home to fetch the village head? Hainiu, Li Guang, Maozai. The rest were still up there with the bear after them, and he'd rolled down the slope to get out. Hearing Li Guang's name, my mother went tight. I had Stone on my back in one easy motion. Ma, mind the little ones, I'll take him to the village head. The lift so smooth and effortless it froze her. Stone only a year younger and no small boy, and I'd swung him up like nothing, my strength a thing she'd never seen. Be careful in all things. I was gone at a run before they could see the back of me, the children's eyes full of awe, and my mother, charging them to bar the door with the pole and open it for no one till we were back, sped off to Aunt Jez, for the village was in real trouble tonight, and every minute counted. The gong rang through every lane and door, to the threshing ground, every household. There's trouble. The whole village poured in, women with kerosene lamps, men with torches and brush knives, none knowing what but plenty come to gawk. The 7 boys' parents sagged against the grain heaps, their elders' faces grim. Aunt Jia knelt weeping, hands clawing the straw bloody. Agwang, my Agwang. Huli flew at Hainiu's mother with a slap. Your Hainiu and Tai Dan led my good boy astray. If my son dies, you'll pay with your lives. And got one back. Neo Shulan piled in by the hair, spitting. Su Xiangjuan joined, and the Su clan's brawl set the crowd boiling, till old Su's cane cracked the ground. Enough! The children are still up there. I stood by the village head, silent at the farce. Maozai's mother clutched his hem. Village head, you must save my child. Most villagers, learning their own, weren't up there, mostly breathed easier, and even a whole village night climb was no promise the boys came back alive. Su Hangin, the old head, roared the place quiet. What's there to save first but the children? Fight all you like. You'll learn the truth when they're down. Does quarreling help? Does brawling? His voice killed the farce dead. 7 lives lost on his watch, and he'd were the stink even unblamed. Men split into 7 teams, 10 each, take sulfur and firecrackers. Su Xiangjuan edged backward. The mountain's dangerous. How could he go up? You won't even save your own son? Uncle Li caught his drift at once, his loathing for the Su clan deepening. His own boy, spoiled rotten, and he'd sneak off rather than climb. Of course not. I'm just unwell. My second brother will go with you. The whole ground rolled its eyes. The father won't go and sends an uncle? Thick-skinned, he sidled up to my father. Second brother, you must find your nephew. Neo Shulan and Hu Li, hair wild, charged my father too. Old heir, that's your nephew. You must save him. Xiangjuan's frame is weak, he'd come to harm. You're the uncle. You can't watch your nephew die. Old Su nodded his son up. Xiangwen, you go. I gave a cold laugh. Ma, Dad, rest easy. I'll bring Xiaobin back. My father said, never one to weigh it. Sure, his little brother was simply too frail, treating the nephew like his own son, the obvious man to send. The watching villagers frowned. A nephew in trouble. Fine, the uncle goes. But the way the Su family talked, you'd think the boy was the second son's own. To save time, Su Hangin clapped the shoulder of an old man smoking beside him. Old Show, this stretches former mountain warden, near 75, who'd lived off the mountain decades, quit it after his son followed his trade and died up there, and forbade his grandchildren to go. Tonight he came out, an old hand-drawn hide map open on the ground. The safer routes. Keep to the main body. Don't break off. The mountain's full of peril. Stay with the team. I glanced at it. All the lines knife cut into the hide. Simpler than mine, but a guide beats blind searching 100 to 1. His finger pressed a spot on the ridge. By what the boy said, this is where the fierce beasts run thick. They fell off a cliff hereabouts, so if they slipped at the edge, he left it unfinished, took the old fowling piece off his back, and met the head's eyes hard. I'll go up with you. Looks like the old fellow has to bark again. Su Hangin was struck by the killing look in him. A warden once, for true. At least this rescue wouldn't blunder like headless flies. Then ready yourselves, move. Before we set off, I crouched by Aunt Jia. Aunt, rest easy. I know a hidden way on the mountain that runs toward where Agwong is. By their flight, he'd have gone that way. I'll bring Agwong back safe. Her tear-wiping hand stopped. She looked up at me, and whether it was firelight or hope, she believed the boy. Guahao, truly? Truly, Aunt. From the moment I knew Li Guang was up there, I'd had the map open, a strange marker moving, then stopped at a bend in the ridge. The system's map beat wandering. Thank you, truly thank you. She, who not long before had feared for me on that mountain, took my steady eyes for her one straw to clutch. In a cave that night, the seven huddled, dreading the bear's nose, raging at the betrayal that had nearly killed them. Stones fall, and his scream burned into them. Li Guang hammered the mud, glaring at Su Weibin. Are you even human? The bear was past us, and you still wouldn't drop the two birds. And when it came to it, you threw them toward stone. You killed him. Do you understand? The others went cold down the spine to have a heart so black among them. Weibin shook him off. A moment's panic. Who says I killed anyone? Maybe Stone's down fetching help. And weren't they all up here too? All to blame? Though 15 and terrified himself. Mao Zai flung sand. You saw his spot was dangerous and threw the birds there on purpose. Weibin spat and raised a fist, but field toughened Mao Zai had the better of soft-handed Weibin at once. Then a hissing in the dark, a snake. Mao Zai knew the sound. Country boys not fearing snakes, until the torchlight found it. Not a snake, but a python thick as a century-old tree, coiled 4 deep in the small space, its fist-sized eyes fixed on them. They screamed and bolted out, the cries ringing down the mountain, heard by every climbing man, and by me, navigating, watching one yellow dot on the map split into 7 moving dots. The map showed them live, advanced past any later phone. The sound's that way, this way. I called, and ran, torch up. The map showed them fleeing straight toward a porcupine warren. To meet, that was death. Behind me, old Show frowned at my back. Strange, the boy knows this mountain better than I do. Who is this child? The boys ran themselves to ruin, lost all bearing. Mao's eye sagging against a tree out of breath, tied in dropping flat. Never the mountain again. Li Guang lit a fresh torch, counted heads, found one short. Where's Su Weibin? Here. Weibin panted from the ground, no strength left to quarrel, shaking at the memory of the python. Then a panting came through the brush toward them. Snakes don't pant. Hainiu said, and dozens of glinting green eyes floated up out of the dark, a quill-bristling beast snarling, fixing the boys like meat. It's porcupines, run. The quills came like rain. Spent as they couldn't outrun the herd. Tied in, and Hainiu scrambled up trees. The foremost porcupine charged Weibin, and when Li Guang moved to pull him clear, Weibin shoved him into its path and ran without a backward look, leaving Mao Zai stranded as one bore down on him. And in that last hair's breadth, 2 great brush knives flew out of the dark and buried themselves to the haft in the skulls of the 2 porcupines on Mao Zai and Li Guang, blood spraying their faces, the quill teeth a finger's width from Mao Zai's eye. The rest of the herd, scenting the danger and their own kin's death screams, scattered in a storm of dust. As more torches gathered, the boys saw the tall, familiar figure come on through the firelight like a god descended. Me, the village head, and the village men behind me. They stared from the 2 boar-sized dead porcupines to me. Even old Show stood frozen, the old piece not even loaded. 2 thrown knives, dead center, in the skull, in the black of night, across that distance. He couldn't have made the shot with the gun. And my father, lagging behind, who tried the whole way to speak to me and been ignored, stood with the words stuck in his throat. This was his son? This strength was Su Guahao? The father's cries shook the leaves down. Agwong. Taidan. Lao Wu, you little wretch. Wait till I get you home. And they crashed to their boys. Mao Zai's father dropped his torch and crushed the boy to him, his rough hand trembling on his back. Uncle Li ran his hands over Li Guang. Where does it hurt? Dad. And the boy fell into his arms sobbing. He'd nearly not come home. Uncle. Weibin breathed, seeing his uncle come last, and my father went over him head to foot in the firelight. Your grandparents and parents are waiting at the threshing ground. Are you hurt? How could you go up alone? What of your parents, your grandparents, tending the nephew as fondly as any son? Had I heard it, I'd have laughed. He never treated his own son half so well. Weibin glanced round. Too dark, surely no one saw him shove. Let Li Guang say what he liked, deny it, and it never happened. Su Hangin counted them, his heart easing. 7, all crying, none missing an arm or a leg, all pulled back from death, and let them have it. There's a limit to mischief. You know how dangerous that mountain is, gambling with your lives? If you're so able, go open 2 mu of wasteland. Had Stone not come for help, you'd not have seen tomorrow. No one stopped him. This had cured the lot of any wish to climb. 70-odd uncles came up in the night for you. Look at those 2 porcupines. But for this boy, that'd be you lying there. He clapped my shoulder. Old he might be, but his eye wasn't. That shot a soldier couldn't have made. A clean kill in the dark, no fluke. A boy with real ability, who'd truly saved their lives. The boys crowded him. Is Stone all right? Did he get back? Fearing, having seen him fall, the worst. The head, finding they had some conscience left, I slid down the mountain bloody. He's at the clinic now. But for the word he brought, would any of you have come back? The boys hung their heads, no sound in them. The fault was theirs, and a day's flight had taught them at last how dangerous the mountain was. No one knew I wasn't listening at all. I was off in my own head. 2 porcupines confirmed dead, killed by the host's blade. Unlocking. Points mini-mall. Mall unlocked. Reward. 2 points. A points mini-mall. So even a snap-second strike counted for the system's tasks. And now there was a shop on top of it. Open the mall. A panel I hadn't seen before. 1 page only, a little lock barring the second, but 4 goods on the first, 2 rows. Salt, 1 bag, 2 points. White sugar, 1 bag, 3 points. Chili, 4 points. Tinned fruit, 10 points. 3 seasonings, and a tin. The dearer the points, the more precious the thing. If I could work out the rule for earning points, I could unlock the rest. Enough. We'll deal with them down the mountain. Old Show said, getting up. The porcupines have run off for now. Lingering's dangerous for everyone. Move. With the old warden speaking, the men looked warily round. But those 2 pigs, Su Hangin eyed the carcasses, loath to leave meat, quilled or not. Dressed clean, they could be eaten. But they weren't his kill, and with the doer silent, it would be bullying a child to claim them. A child who dropped 2 porcupines like nothing. Not luck, ability. The other villagers swallowed at the fat, heavy bellies too. My Su family killed these. Uncle can just haul them down. Su Weibin put in, greedy. Guahao was a Su, so his kill was the family's. The whole village had come up to save him, and the boy was grabbing before the man who'd made the kill had spoken. Since when did I kill them, and it become the Su family's kill? I went over, wrenched my brush knife from a porcupine's skull, dark blood still dripping warm off the blade, and threw it down in front of him. If you've got the ability, go kill one and show me. Are you mad? He yelped, scrambling back. The blood had nearly hit him. Guahao you? My father said, disapproving, honest to the bone. He wanted everyone to share, and my refusal to give Xiaobin face made a spectacle. Dad, village head. If Su Weibin hadn't refused to drop the 2 birds the bear had cached, we'd have been down the mountain long ago. Li Guang cut in, voice shaking. He threw the birds at Stone on purpose. That's why Stone fell. And just now he shoved me toward the porcupine herd. But for Hao Ji, I'd not be standing here. Uncle Li, hearing how vicious so young a boy was, rolled up his sleeves to thrash him. Mao Zai's father, nearest, threw his body in the way. Easy, brotherly. Tied in, and Haney jumped in to witness. I saw him shove him from the tree. And Stone fell because of you too. Half grown and already taking lives, and shameless enough to want both pigs for himself. The crowd looked at him like a criminal. Su Hangin coughed the scene down. This, at the Su Ancestral Hall, once we're down. You and Stone will both have an accounting. And I'll be asking just how Su Xiangjuan raised this child. Mao Zai's father hauled his son half a foot clear of him. How could Xiaobin? My father couldn't believe it of the nephew he doted on. Uncle Su, I respect you enough to call you uncle, but you're Hao Ji's father, not Su Weibin's, Li Guang said, his contempt deepening. Maybe I'm young, But a man who doesn't cherish his own son and cherishes someone else's instead, that's a first for me. A few men near the Sioux family snorted. The close neighbors knew best. The boy's words went straight to the bone. My father, goaded, couldn't get a word out, his eldest son ignoring his very existence. I went to the head. Village head, would you and the uncles haul these 2 pigs down? Dress them and give my family 2 pieces. We live at the Slopefoot, by Uncle Lee's old house. Apart from the Sioux family, divide the rest among the village. We split off the household not long ago. Anyone who comes to you in my name asking for pork, pay them no mind. Better make it a goodwill gift outright. It would smooth my way to the mountain later. Sioux Hangen was struck. What a sensible boy. Good child. Then a small piece to each of the 49 households, and 2 to you. In that moment the boy's light outshone everything. Open them up? Every eye swallowing at the bellies. No. Old Show refused flatly. Not safe. The blood scent draws every beast. They remembered they were still on the mountain. Sioux Hangen settled it. Old Show would take a team down for 2 carts, and the boys would go with their fathers. Their mothers wouldn't rest till they saw them safe. We followed Old Show down in order, scattering realgar above to mask the blood. The torches a road of fire down the burning hillside. Partway, I made an excuse about something left behind and turned back. The sky was graying to white, birds in full chorus. When I reached the hair traps near dawn, mist over the mountain, dew everywhere, the wet green smell of it good in the nose. I came on them low so as not to startle anything, and there were 3 hares jerking on the nooses. I'd only idly woven a few extra kudzu loops and caught all 3. A noosed hare strangles itself the harder it leaps. One had gnawed the vine down to a few threads, near free. A moment later, and it would have been gone. I took up the bound stick in one hand, hung a hare by the leg in the other, and snapped its neck with an easy twist, and the same for the other 2. Hare capture task complete. Reward: 1 survival wheel spin. Open or store? Spin it. A great wheel of 6 blank wedges floated up, each only a question mark. The pointer ran, ding 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 ding, and stopped, and 5 green test tube vials appeared. Premium stamina tonic, ×5. Description: for a sick or injured drinker, restores 100% of bodily function. A windfall. I'd been fretting over my mother's unhealed body, and here it came, near a cure-all in an age of thin medicine. I asked the system, could pray I'd caught myself go in the pack? You may exchange points for time to store real-world items. 1 day, 1 point. Points by mall goods, or storage time for third-party items. So points were everything, and a point a day suited me. 3 hares and fish are no safe thing to carry to the black market in your hands. I left it for the pinch, reset the trap, and went on to the river by the map. There my net was still pinned under its stone. I parted the weed and found 2 fat silver carp thrashing in it, and beneath them, dense, 20-odd river shrimp and crabs. A great haul. 8 caddies at least. Another net next time, and I'd double it. 10 river creatures caught. Side task complete. Reward: 1 grain crop blind box draw. Open now. Draw it. A glowing box, red smoke. Reward: 30 chivan pork buns, 10 caddies of rice. I swore, buns, and 10 extravagant caddies of rice. The survival system earned its name. I carried the catch ashore, recast the net, and spent 1 point for 1 day's storage, and the lot vanished off the ground. The pack panel showing on one side the 5 vials, the 30 buns, the sack of rice, and on the other a 24-hour countdown over 3 hares, 2 carp, 20 shrimp, 3 crabs. Then I went straight down to catch Uncle Liching's tractor into town, no wasting a whole day. I made it just as Zhao Liching was setting off. The road was nothing but mud pits and broken stone, the metal bed already baking, 7 or 8 of us packed in among the sacks. The village's one tractor hadn't been my eldest uncle Su Xiangdong's to drive for years. My father had handed his own turn at it to that uncle, who drove it poorly and never learned to maintain the thing, to no end of grumbling. And a few years back it had passed to Uncle Liching, one of my father's decent friends, who'd once helped me when I'd been starved near to fainting after my father came home with neither money nor grain to bend my mother. So when I asked to ride to town, he only smiled me aboard. 3 jarring hours, my tailbone aching, and we rolled into the county town. I near went to my knees jumping down. "Guahao, don't go far. Meet here at noon," he said, steadying me. I nodded, sincere. I'll be back, uncle. I asked to borrow an empty sack off the bed to disguise some goods. He handed me a torn one he'd meant to mend, telling me not to play too long. I knotted one end so it'd hold only a head-sized lump and swung the other to puff it full of air, so it looked to carry something. Then, by half-remembered turns, for lanes deep into the hidden alleys, I came to the black market. Heads down, faces hidden in black cloth or behind a hand, everyone watching everything. Lookouts posted. In here a puzzled face marks you for danger and gets you avoided or turned out. I tied my own black cloth bandit fashion and slipped in. At a corner a young man in a farmer's cap passed me low. "Brother, want coupons?" "Meat, oil, got them." I'd come for coupons and money both, but I didn't stop. The outer lane is only a front. The real trade is deeper, and a man who deals at the mouth gets fleeced for a newcomer. Inward, the real market. A scatter of stalls, but men murmuring everywhere, some flashing sugar sewn into a coat lining, most carrying sacks like mine. No coupons needed here, but prices above the co-ops, every kind of grain and meat changing hands by quiet word. I held the small sack behind me, right hand gripping it as if it were heavy, and looked for a buyer. What city and country both lacked most was meat, and fresh meat above all. The market scraps were picked over or none too fresh. A pair passed, a middle-aged man shaking his head at a young one in plain homespun, an industrial coupon badge blue at his sleeve, a factory worker by the look. "What meat's left, then?" "You're late." An old man bought the lot. "Fish you'd only get when the dam opens. The co-op sold out." "My wife's expecting. She wants a fresh fish soup." The young man turned away, disappointed. He'd run the market over and over. I stepped in front of him. "I've fish. 2 silver carp, want them?" "Truly." I made to open the sack, while in my head I called the 2 carp and 2 hares out of the pack. 1 hare I'd keep for home. The shrimp and crab no good for a pregnant woman and no need to show. He looked in. Small sack, no small thing inside. 2 fat carp still flopping, barely out of water, and 2 hares beside them. Dead a while, but not yet gone yellow or black. Plainly fresh, the best he'd seen in the market. "How much for the sack?" "I'll take it all." I reckoned. The fish I'd sell at 4 yuan each, a hare 5 at least. I let him heft the weight a moment. 15 for the whole sack. Take it and go." He hesitated at the price, but the heft told him it outweighed the co-op's meat. "It's a bit dear. I've 12 on me. The fish'll die out of water. 12, and I take it all." 12 yuan being a great sum then. I took the sack back, shaking my head. "Can't, brother. Sold one by one I'd clear it. 15's the best. I'll ask others." And walked deeper, not glancing at him, having read in his eyes and his hand at the weight that 15 was within his reach. "Wait," he called, anxious. Money and coupons couldn't always buy meat, and his wife wanted soup for the child's sake, the house long without a scrap. "I don't have 15. I've an industrial coupon and a tobacco coupon, and 12 yuan. All of it for the sack?" My heart moved. An industrial coupon's a thing you can't easily get. Good for daily goods and cloth you couldn't buy at the co-op for money alone. And the tobacco coupon. Though I don't smoke, the uncles do, and when I went to buy a homestead, tobacco would pull harder than liquor. "Done, but use your own sack. I keep mine." He pulled a small sack from an inner pocket his wife had sewn, counted out the 12, and laid the coupons on top. The industrial one pale yellow with a faint machine part watermark and a crooked blue stamp. I'd never actually seen money or an industrial coupon in this life. Every coupon in our house had gone to grandfather or the uncle. I asked the system quietly whether it could tell true from false. Scanned, genuine industrial coupon and money coupons. Reassured, I took them, and we each grabbed a fish and a hare and bagged them quick, the young man's eyes lighting at the slick living carp. His wife would eat well tonight. "These are fine. You couldn't find them at a state restaurant." "Every day?" he asked low, tying his sack. "About 3 days from now I'll come again." Delighted, he agreed to meet me here in 3 days and left fast. To linger after a deal is danger. Some distance on, my pack held only 20 shrimp, 3 crabs, 30 buns, 1 hare. A strong start, much sold in little time. Then a rustle, figures at both ends of the lane, and my pupils tightened. Followed. I crouched, scooped a handful of sand, and walked on as if at ease. A burly dark man closing from behind, a middle-aged man half blocking the way ahead. I gauged the distance. One punch would drop a man, and sand in a face and a kick the other, enough to get clear. Young brother. The middle-aged man flinched at the killing look in my eyes. He'd seen it on the old warden at the hunt. Wait, don't mistake us, we're not here to rob you. I kept the sand in my fist. My name's Ding. Call me Brother Ding. Behind you's my son. Not robbers. To prove it, he tore the black cloth from his own face. The most dangerous thing a man can do in the market. Done so I'd trust him. And the dark sun uncovered too, the resemblance plain. Then why follow me? He shook out a cigarette and offered it. My son happened to see the fish and hare ears when you dealt just now. So I came after you in a hurry. You hunt mountain goods. Fat fish, pheasant, hare. Only river stuff left now. Want to see? I opened the sack on the live shrimp and crab. Fresh, just what he wanted. Can you hunt a wild boar? You're ordering? I raised a brow. That's right. A whole boar. I'll take it, plus 10 caddies of game. Grain coupons, meat coupons, money, all you need, and 4 packs of dakiamen. He drew out a stamped factory note. Ask around. Is the purchasing section chief at the textile mill named Ding Maogong? A whole boar. I can bring it out, but you'd want a vehicle to take it. His face held no greed, no bluff, treating boar hunting as lightly as I treated pheasants. Plainly not my first. Here's the factory badge. Come find me whenever you've got it. I'll borrow a vehicle to load it. Month's start is close. No wonder he was so particular and willing to fetch a vehicle. Too high a risk, too dangerous. I weighed the badge. 3 days, this same place. But half down first. We've handed you the badge and you want a deposit before goods? The son challenged. What if you run? No deposit, no surety. If you won't, leave it. A bold thing to deposit with nothing in hand. But coming to the black market at all is a risk. Fine here. Ding Maogong counted 3 grain coupons, 3 meat coupons, 3 yuan from an inner pocket to his son, who passed them over. Dad, the son said, alarmed at his father's nerve. I took it and put the whole sack into the son's hands. Done. You trust me. I trust you. 3 days, here, to collect. Only when I'd vanished up the lane did the son find my father's badge still atop the sack. The son thought I'd forgotten it. The father took it, felt the sand on it, glanced at the little heap on the ground, and shook his head. I hadn't forgotten. With the deposit in hand, the badge meant nothing to me. A boy with eyes that hard and hands that quick. Had he spoken a beat slower, his sons I would have taken the sand. If the boy ran, he said, he'd dig 3 feet of earth to find him and make him pay. A purchasing chief that young was no soft touch. And he set the son to thinking of an old cook for the wedding feast, with meat now assured. Out of the lane, I browsed the market. First big deal of my life. A fat balance still owed in 3 days, my heart sweet. I'd thought to buy white flour, but with buns and rice in the pack I left it. Once the homestead was mine, and I'd a home of my own, no more hiding. By the way out, the Capman coupon seller leaned at a wall. Cloth coupons. I asked. Cloth, grain, meat, oil, film tickets. 1 tobacco coupon left. Want it? Sugar coupons? Cloth, 7 mao a foot. Sugar, 6 mao a caddy. How much? Cloth being unbuyable for money alone, and sugar precious, both wanting a coupon at the co-op besides cash. A caddy of sugar coupon, for feet of cloth, reckon it. Thinking of the 2 little ones and my mother, who all needed a little sugar for their strength. 3 yuan 4 mao. I paid, and he caught the industrial coupon wrapped outermost. You've an industrial coupon? Sell it. A thing a coupon seller can't easily get. Only one. Can't part with it, I said, feigning reluctance. It's worth a lot of coupons. If you've more, find me. I'll give you a good price. More friends, more roads, I agreed. I bought 2 newer sacks off another man. 3 fun, no sack coupon needed, and out of the market put everything into the pack under cover of stuffing the sacks. A points day of storage, no sense wasting it. Then I uncovered my face and went into the department store, joined at the back to the big co-op. The sales clerks, married women mostly, a state job, a true iron rice bowl that made you a city person, paid no mind to who came. You needed coupons and a civil tongue to be served, none of the later age picking on the poor. Hello, big sister, 4 feet of cloth, a caddy of sugar, I said, sweet and earnest, which pleased the clerk. Got coupons, little brother? I do, sister. Here, and 2 boxes of matches, 2 bars of soap, and pick me a good cloth. I laid the coupons down, the industrial one on top. She hadn't expected coupons and an industrial coupon from so young a lad, and warmed to me. Left her post to fetch the good cloth, where for anyone else she'd at best have pointed. For feet of better cloth, a caddy of brown sugar, 2 boxes of matches, 2 bars of soap. Anything else, little brother? I've a tobacco coupon, a pack of cigarettes. Dakiamin, Lotus, Shangshui. Lotus isn't too harsh. Old smokers like it. Good for a beginner too, she advised, and I took her word, knowing nothing of tobacco. Lotus, then. Thank you, sister, I'll come to you again. 5 yuan 1 mao all told. I counted it out in 1 mao notes, and she bagged it in a big sack, reluctant to see me go. 4 feet of cloth carried easy under one arm, a man's strength. Out of the store and down an empty lane, I put everything back in the pack, light again, but for the 2 sacks, and reached the tractor as Zhao Liqing finished. I set a new sack in his driver's spot. Uncle, I lost your sack by accident, so I bought 2, 1 each. He refused. The torn one was nothing, lost is lost, and tried to push it back. I dodged, firm. If you won't take it, I've no face to go home. Take it. He sighed and took it, and we jolted 3 hours back, the noon sun baking the bed worse than the mornings. He drove me near home to save me the hour's walk, and I gave him the cigarette Ding had handed me at the market. Cigarettes? Where's this from? You smoke now. Worried for me, I half lied. An old uncle dropped at the sack shop. I helped him up, he gave me this. I don't smoke. You like them, so it's yours, and set it down and ran for home before he could refuse. He trusted my every word. The boy was truly sensible, raised right by young manhwa, no thief, and sniffed the city tobacco, marveling he'd lived to smoke such a thing, liking the child the more, and pitying that Su Xiangwen, grown and still unable to tell what mattered, valued his siblings' houses above his own. Home, the smell of rendered lard rich at the door, the 2 children washing something at a pail by the well. Big brother, you're back. They danced at my legs and ran to tell their mother the good news. Guahao's back. My mother came out from the lard, fretful. She'd been sick with worry to see me come off the mountain without the others, and felt me over for hidden wounds, near to my private parts, so that I had to dodge. How could you? With the village head back so long ago, I was frightened to death. Reassured at last, she eased. She nearly burst when Li Guang told her I'd dropped 2 pigs in 2 strokes. Ma, you know your son. I swore to take care of myself. I changed the subject to the lard. The fire's still up. And she rushed to it, sending the children in to help. I slipped to the back room and laid everything from the pack on the little table. 1 hair, 4 feet of good cloth, a caddy of brown sugar, 2 boxes of matches, 2 bars of soap, a pack of Lotus, 3 grain coupons, 3 meat coupons, the leftover money, 3 of the 10 caddies of rice into a new sack, 7 kept back in the pack. Then I carried the hair and 6 big buns into the kitchen, where the old pot rendered clear lard glistening, 2 palm-sized pieces of skin-on pork on the table, the cracklings sunk to the bottom. My mother fished it into a dish. You can eat the cracklings now, and slapped the children's hands back from the heat. Use chopsticks. Zhao Zhao blew on a piece, the burst of fat and sweet. So good. Big brother, have one. Even the porcupine lard was fine, the faint gaminess buried under the richness. Me too, me too. Guoxing bounced, and Zhao Zhao popped one in his mouth, his eyes vanishing to slits. So good. Ma, did you put sugar in? Silly child, have we sugar? We do. It's in the back room, I said round a mouthful, and she didn't follow. I set the hair down and the 6 buns on the crackling dish. What's this, big brother? Zhao Zhao's eyes were lost in the white buns, never seen before. Chivan pork buns, try one. I handed her, and gushing each one, and held one to my mother's mouth. Touching it, she thought she dreamed. The 2 children, eating their first buns ever, all but flew with joy, and my mother, biting, grasped the gravity. These buns, I went to town today, that's why I was late. The game's all sold but this 1 hair. The 6 buns an old Annie was selling quiet from a new shop. I traded the catch for coupons and money and bought things at the department store. They're in the back room. It hit her like bombs. Trade outside was speculation, an arrestable thing, unless in one place. You went to the black market? I nodded. You. She near went black before the eyes. A teenager had no business in that den. But she knew not to raise her voice. Caught dealing there meant labor reform. Hush, Ma, don't let anyone hear. She, an educated youth, knew the danger best of all. But the goods had to be bought, the homestead got. I wouldn't hide it from her. She'd turned a blind eye even to the hunting. Soon I'll buy a homestead, and after you and Dad are divorced, we'll have a home of our own, and give this hut back to Aunt Gia. Her rage turned to a complicated grief. But for living under another's roof, her son wouldn't need to toil so. What standing had she to stop him? After a long silence, the children gone quiet at the changed air, she made me promise one thing. If you ever meet any danger, run, drop the goods, drop the money, but run home. I promise, I'll come home safe. No shouting, no quarrel, no tears. She'd known, the moment she first gave way and let me go to the mountain, that she couldn't stop what I'd do after. The child carried what the adults should have carried. But no adult could hold this family up, herself included. Better to be his firm backing than to fight him, for if even she wouldn't strive, all his giving came to nothing. In his place, she'd have done the same. She'd no standing to keep him home. She smothered the fire and bit a bun, soft skin, rich pork and chive, the salt of it carrying her back to before the countryside, to a life that for decades she'd failed to build, and that her son was building for her now. Ma, for her eyes had filled. She wiped them and smiled, and led me to the back room, and froze at the table. In that age of scarcity, even a city family couldn't buy so much at once. Twill cloth, brown sugar, matches, soap, and rice in the sack. Rice. She cupped a handful, disbelieving, the grain coupons, meat coupons, lotus beside it. This was a year's living for a country household. How much did you catch? A bit more than before. I happened on a brother wanting meat for his wife. These I bought at the store. The coupons and money I'll leave with you, lest I lose them coming and going. Lightly said, but she knew it wasn't simple. Then she caught me yawning, my eyes bloodshot, and pushed me onto the Kong at once. You've not slept a night. Go. And warned the children not to wake me. The three of them tiptoeing the things away under the bed and into the kitchen's dim corners. And that careful, loving creep was the whole meaning of a family. I slept hard, and half dreaming felt a cool breeze and slept the sweeter, Jiao Jiao fanning me with a grass fan against the heat. I woke to a smell of food, dark already, a stub of candle burning yellow. Big brother's up, Jiao Jiao called the kitchen, Guashing setting out a stool, my mother bringing in rice porridge last. Mom made hair cubes, so good. I washed my face cold awake and sat, and she ladled me a steaming bowl, the children's bowls thick, her own thin to little but the water. So I took her bowl and poured back into it before she could stop me, and she gave up and drank it, the children copying with their bowls hugged to their chests. The hair cubes, done in lard, burst sweet and savory on the tongue. Ma put lard in, I said, so good. There was half a hair left for tomorrow if they liked it. By candlelight, fed full, we washed up and drew water at the well, and I split a brick-hard bar of soap and gave my mother half, then called the children. Jiao Jiao, Xiaoxing come. They came like little missiles. This is soap. Rub it on you washing and it foams, and you'll smell sweet. I worked it on the back of my hand by candlelight till it bubbled, and once rinsed the scent lit their eyes. I want to wash. I want to wash. The 2 pails I'd drawn went straight to use. Then a knock at the door. That hour. That sound. Oddly familiar. My mother started too. Surely not more boys lost so soon. I opened the map first, saw no yellow dots, and opened the door. Old show. Who is it, Guahao? My mother asked, coming with the candle. The grandfather from last night's climb. He'd already greeted her. Young Yang, the educated girl. And at that she knew him, Grandpa Zhang. After all this time you remember me. His clouded eyes warmed. But for the village head I'd not have known this lad was your son. Old acquaintances, long unmet. She made way for him to sit, but he shook his head. He'd come to talk to her son, and she, guessing it touched the hunting, gave them their space. We walked the slope foot a while before he spoke. Lad, call me Grandpa Zhang. Grandpa Zhang. You've been up that mountain a few times. Not a question, a certainty. The old warden had felt my eyes the night before, had seen me steering the crowd the right way. I didn't deny it. I have. He knew my family's state. He'd even gone into the ancestral hall, Heard the Sioux clan cursing me over the withheld pork. No elders bearing in them at all. Say what you like, the boy has real ability. Those 2 strokes today, even this old hunter must give the thumbs up. Fast, true, hard. I hadn't such skill at your age. Then to the point, the black bear on the mountain. My brows knit. Stone had wept of it all the way down. But the map showed no bear tag, no den, and meeting nothing, I'd let it lie. My old bones have rested 5 years. He went on. He'd steeled himself a whole day to come. The boy was only a child, but a child with his young self's eye and hand and feel for the mountain. Early this year a man met that bear up there. Vicious. It took the leg off old Sioux by the gate's son. The village head sealed the news, and with this hut at the slope foot empty, it was let slide. Before I saw your hands, I'd not have urged you to hunt. But that boy seen the bear again. If it comes down once more, the whole village is in danger, your house most of all. So you've come to me. Yes. The village heads gathered a band of strong young men to go up and deal with it. If those lads meet it, they'll likely leave their lives there. I know it's an absurd thing to ask, but I hope you'll go up with them, at least to keep that band alive. And he drew from his trouser leg the old fowling piece he carried and held it out. And I stared, for the trouser leg held no leg at all, only a wooden post the cloth had hidden. Your leg? 5 years back, dodging the bear, I missed my footing and broke it, lucky to keep my life. The mountain's terror is that it's dangerous every moment. Let your guard down and the mountain god punishes you. Last night I'd led by the map, but it was my own knowledge of the routes. He'd seen that, the old warden who'd carved the map himself. I took the gun and turned it over. Heavier than any game piece, the grain of years under my fingers, the barrel bright, the stock all wood. This mountain lies between 2 villages. The next will send its strong lads too. Only a few rounds left, but it hit hard in its day. He watched me handle it one-handed and could scarcely believe it. That gun took his son both hands in his prime. Kill the bear, and you're the new warden. A warden's do. Whatever you hunt and gather on the mountain is yours, no grain levy. No village has had a warden these 5 years, so there's little asked. No patrols, no long stays up there. But if real danger comes, a man-eating bear, the warden must guard the villagers. And when you go to buy a new homestead, both villages' heads will give you face. I took it in. A warden was mostly a hunter living off the mountain, and for a lawful homestead in short order, the post was the best road. In a few years the policy would allow free trade anyway. Grandpa Zhang, when do we go up? Come to me by day tomorrow. I'll teach you to shoot. Tomorrow night the 2 villages gather and go. He knew the lads faced long odds, but with me up there they'd not be wiped out, and the boy needed a chance to prove himself to all, the better to take the warden's seat. That night, washed cold, I went to the kitchen. The fire burned out, the small pot's water gone cool. I fetched the hidden brown sugar, melted it into the pot, and filled 4 enamel bowls. Open pack. I took out 1 premium stamina tonic and asked the system whether children could drink it. Yes, for strength. Under 18s need only a third. So a second vial, the whole of 1 into a chipped bowl, a third each into the other 3. I carried them in 2 at a time. The children, who should have been asleep, sat good on the bench for their bedtime sugar water. This one's yours, Ma. The others are theirs. She set hers by mine. I don't like sweet. Ma, you must drink it. I put mountain ginseng I picked into it, for your body. Ginseng so precious frightened her. Your body's not healed. You must, and don't think to give it to us. And I drained my own and stood over her till she finished, the sweet over a complex bitterness turning to a slow aftertaste. Only when the last drop was gone did my heart settle. With the tonic in her, her body would soon be whole. The children drank theirs down happy, and I washed the bowls and blew out the candle and slept. At the slopefoot hut, the sun on her face at last woke my long-sleeping mother, slick with grime, an acrid sour reek on her, frightened to have slept so late. I'd water ready. It's normal, Ma wash. Outside, the 2 children stood on their own filth-blackened clothes, the same black grime washed out of them. The timeline is the corrected one. This is a fictional, era-unspecified setting. Thanks to the hot water I'd readied, they'd all washed the filth off on waking. The noon sun was fierce. The little clearing hung with washing and coarse cloth quilts. My mother carried out the rice porridge. No ache in her legs, no shortness of breath. the old pain at the back of her skull gone. She'd not have believed wild ginseng could do so much. Ma, after I eat, I must go to Grandpa Zhang's. Good. This ginseng. An old doctor in the next village says good ginseng works fast. Pity, I only got a little. She, who'd woken caked in black mud, couldn't but have questioned it. I headed it off, and she, her body so much better, able now to work, to ask the head for a plot and earn points so I could breathe, thought it reasonable enough. Can I come, big brother? Wishing wanted out with me. I'll be busy, and you've to turn the washing with me, not play. Jiao Jiao quashed him. Listen to Ma and your sister. When I'm done these days, I'll take you to town to buy things, I said, then thought of it. And don't go picking mushrooms these days. Don't gather deadwood either. Wait till I'm home. They're daily small helps. Even the slopefoot mushrooms, forbidden. Why, big brother? Just 2 days. It's not safe right now. In 2 days, go as you like. Too young for the truth. My mother, knowing my mind, knew the slopefoot was unsafe these days. Don't worry, I'll watch them. Right? Big brother, deadwood in 2 days? Pushing pressed for the day. When have I lied to you? Eat up. Fed. I took out the lotus and, at the door, set the brush knife by the threshold. A day the bear lived was a day my house and family weren't safe. The bear had to be quick. I went to neighboring Dajiang village, to the address Grandpa Zhang had given. He'd moved here after retiring, to a quiet slopefoot fit for storing the gun, across a stone dam bridge, the meeting ground of the 2 villages, all mountain folds. Round the last ridge stood his gray-tiled, earth-walled house. A warden had some means. He was already at the threshold, waiting, white-haired by day but straight-backed, a man who'd once dealt death gentled by the years, the old vigor undimmed. Wow, you've come. He looked me over. You've gone paler? Have I? Same as ever. After the tonic I'd sweated out mud the same, but with no mirror I'd marked only a fuller vigor. More flesh on you, a face the girls like. And he pointed to the old gun in the corner, the one he'd come for the night before, knowing a gun brought home in the dark would only frighten my family. Fetch it, we'll practice outside. I took it up, and he confirmed I held it steady one-handed, strength like an ox, no dream. That gun took his son both hands in his prime. He showed me the stance, slow but sure, on a thatched target before the trees. Mind, the recoil's fierce. Hold it wrong, and it'll wound your shoulder. Aim, then 1 shot to kill. I nodded, but the gun was nothing to me one-handed, and I sighted and fired. Crack, dead center, and the brutal kick that ought to throw a man didn't budge me an inch. Had he seen it in the later world, he'd have called it impossible. Here he could only give the thumbs up. Good lad, born for a hunter. The smell of powder hung in the air, the gun warm under my fingers, my mouth bent up against my will. At the shot, only my own drumming heart, and the bone-deep waking of a hunger for strength. The bear's hide is thick and tough, Grandpa Zhang said, picking up a twig to mark the spot under the target. Have the others draw its eye, and you take it in the vital with 1 shot. If that doesn't kill it, press a second. The thighs root, best of all. A bear's legs are gone in a streak. The ground must favor your shot. His every word held dread of the bear. I listened close. No near sight of one yet. But I knew the old mountains bears were true man-eaters. He watched me learn, glad as if seeing his young self, more blooded and willing than his own sons and grandsons, whom he barred from the warden's road for fear they'd die on it. And once it's down, don't rush up. Beat its head with a stick first. An old man told me they play dead, and the careless have been killed for it. Few rounds, so only the 1 live shot. The last 3 I'd practiced with duds, and to train my reflexes he sat tossing stones for me to dodge, under the shade of the trees, the wind off the slope cooling the work, and the quicker and surer I moved, the more he nodded and smiled. You've worked the child long enough. Let him rest, came a kindly, husky voice. A stooped old woman opening the door with 2 stools, ash on her patched apron. Come rest, Guahao. She brought a tray with 3 bowls. Tired, child? Have a bowl of tea soup. I hesitated over what to call her. Grandpa Zhang introduced her. My wife. Call me Granny you. She thought me shy and held a cool bowl out. I took it. Amber water, toasted leaves sunk at the bottom, a faint tea fragrance. Grandpa Zhang took the other 2 off the stool. Old woman, sit. Drink 1. I blew on mine and stole a look. The two old people smiling. You drink, I'll hold the bowl. A harmony in it. So this old skeleton's finally willing to rest. Leg like that. And still he thought to go bear hunting like a young man. Granny, you said, full of curiosity about me. Her husband had been on about me since last night, and she'd thought a man my father's age, not near her grandson's. Seeing the old gun in my arms, hearing the shot from the kitchen. Could it be this child took the 2 pigs in 2 strokes? It is, he laughed, glowing over my 2 strokes though he'd long left the post. You never laughed so over our 3 sons and 4 grandsons. She was helpless before his excitement. The children had tried the mountain in their prime, but none could live off the warden's bowl and farmed instead. Still, that bear's too dangerous, and this child's so young. She knew the mountain's perils well. 5 years past her old man had broken his leg and crawled half home before their son found him. Granny, you rest easy. I'll guard myself well. The tea soup, blown cool, was soft, bitter, and right. The heat in my throat washed mint clean, a faint medicine taste under it. Drink more if you like, there's a pot, she said, and I drained it and asked another. And so did the old man. Proud I liked his wife's brew. A thought flickered in me, but seeing her carry the soup out, I let it go. Too novel a notion for so plain and honest a generation to take. A dog barked behind her, middling, not fierce. Hush! Dazai, Erzai out, Grandpa Jean called, and 2 old mottled white hunting dogs came slow, no pets fat on them. The hunters bearing still under the years. They sniffed me, circled, and lay by the old couple, accepting the stranger. Besides the gun, these 2 old fellows are my old comrades, 15 years in the mountains with me. But for their age I'd send them up to lead the band. Dazai knows he's old. Not like you, thinking your old bones still young, forever charging ahead. Grandpa Jean calls from ahead, 7 men, dark and burly, brush knives at their waists, stout staves in hand, jogging up, well-readied. 7, not too few. The eldest, Zhang Ming, a far relative of the warden's, hailed him uncle. This is Guahao, who took the 2 pigs yesterday. I've asked him to go up with you. We know him, all 7 said, same village, among the 70 who'd climbed 2 days back, eyewitnesses to my saving their own. Good, one more to look out for. Any other teenager they'd never let risk it, but a man the old warden himself invited would have ability. I'm Zhang Ming, call me Uncle Ming. Su Guahao, call me Xiaohao. Then the next village's 7 arrived, 20-odd young men too, self-made iron forks, spears, hose at their waists, better armed, led by a near 6-foot man, Ahu, shirt at his waist over a hard, hairy chest. Grandpa Zhang, your 7 are here. Call me Ahu. They'd remove the menace for certain. Tell us what to mind. How's there a child? Ahu's man Dehui saw the warden's prized gun in my hands. He'd thought it would go to Ahu. This is Su Guahao. He knows the mountain, so I asked him along, Grandpa Zhang said gravely. Don't be fooled by his size. He killed 2 pigs 2 days back and saved several of his own. Zhang Ming vouched for me, himself struck at the familiar gun in my arms. Ahu frowned. How can a child shoulder a gun up the mountain? We'll go. Killed 2 pigs? The bear's bigger and worse than 2 pigs. A child should do a child's things. Another, kindly enough, doubted at luck. That gun's longer than his arm. Can he hold it? Better brother who carries it. Someone sneered. Displeased the warden had brought a child to drag them down. Grandpa Zhang came slow to the front, the killing edge back in his eyes. This gun must be shouldered one-handed, and against the bear you fire at the farthest distance you can see. Xiaohao's the youngest, but his aim is true. One-handed he won't tire through a whole candle's burning. You may be strong, but your aim? Your range? His knowledge of the mountain routes is no worse than this old man's. Close in. You're all in danger. You need one true gun to break through. That settled it. Some were unconvinced, but held their tongues. He spread the hide map again, clearer by daylight, the vast thing making them feel the mountain's size. Go up before sunset. By what those boys said, and where I knew it ranged in my day, the bear may be shifting den and foraging. I wasn't listening at all. I was off in my own head. I asked the system why a bear could be on the mountain and not show on my map. The route map marked hare dens and pheasant roosts, even the yellow dot of a person who'd blundered in and lost the way, but neither porcupine nor bear appeared on it. The route map plots safe ways up and down. Unplotted ground is steep or holds high-danger wild animals. Such animals' dens aren't fixed until hibernation. A den shows on the map only once an animal has stayed near it a full month. That solved it. Opening the map, I saw no dangerous beasts on it, only low-threat creatures, and noticed, newly marked, a wild boar den that hadn't been there before. A full month near that spot. Then, the mountain held no end of worse things. Where Grandpa Zhang's finger rested on the hide, ran the same path my own map showed. If you meet the bear, mind the ground close around you first, he said, circling a spot on the hide. When it comes to it, keeping your life is the measure. All 15 listened hard. He looked, troubled, at his 2 old dogs. They'd have made the bear easier to find, but old dogs can't run like young ones. The men worked through each post and each safe line of retreat, link by link. Torches to draw the bear, every detail to make the kill and bring everyone home. The 2 old dogs felt the charged air and lay alert, ears up. Watching them all of one mind stirred something I couldn't name. They needn't have come, and here they were, hot-blooded, ready to charge in. Before the sun was down, they lit a dozen torches and filed up the mountain road, Ahu's great frame in the lead reading the hide as he went. From the first step, every man was on guard, and I walked beside Ahu, falling in with the crowd where our ways matched. The path was rough, fine vines to be parted by hand, deadwood crackling underfoot, the head and foot of the mountain both gone from sight, breathing growing heavy. Those boys of your village had the legs to run all the way up here, too wild by half. A man said, mopping his brow, the night thick with mosquitoes. I don't know. Children at play never feel the tiredness, Zhang Ming laughed. He'd been up 2 nights back and learned they hadn't covered half the mountain. Dahui cut in, dragging his iron fork loud across the stone. Children are children. Meet the bear and they'll run faster than any of us. Say, Xiaohao's about those boys' age, isn't he? About, I said, unbothered. If you get scared, throw us the gun. Don't shoulder it and wet yourself. You'll not sleep tonight. Just don't drag us down. No need for a little brat to risk firing. Laughter went round, smoke hanging in the night air, and I walked on at Ahu's heel as if I hadn't heard. But they began to mark the teenager who, where grown men already gasped or walked bare-chested and sweat-soaked, not only didn't lag, but kept the pace. Not bad, that. Only my carrying the old warden's gun still sat wrong with them, though for the old man's sake they gave it face. Some way on, Ahu was reading a key spot on the hide, trees and rock all round, the area near, when whisk, Dao, midway in the line, stepped on loose stone, slid, and went rolling down the slope out of control, his torch flying from his hand, his scream tearing the night so that everyone whipped round. The torchlight found a whole stretch of brush thrashing, no sight of the man. There. My map showed his yellow dot below, a near 3-meter drop that would maim if not kill, and on instinct I flung my own torch down and dove after him down the slope. Thorn vines whipping my face, grit blinding me, eyes shut, landing hard and sure, legs ringing with the shock, my already patched clothes torn wide. Hold on, I'll pull you up. Quick as the word, with Dao's arms failing, I leaned my whole body to 75 degrees and caught his arm. Easy enough to haul him with my strength, but as I pulled he screamed. My foot nudged the fallen torch, and I saw his left thigh wedged fast between 2 rocks, blood running down the stone, the leg gone purple to black in the dark. Footsteps scrambled nearer above, Zhang Ming and Ahu leading the men down with torches by what safe little path they could find, none stopping though the brush tore their clothes too. When Ahu reached us, he made straight for me, a teenager who wouldn't for an instant let go of Dao's arm, and the sight moved them all. Dao all right. Quick, I'll pull you up, Dahui said, cold sweat on him at the steep drop. Boulders below, head clear of the ground or not, he'd be crippled. They all came on, thinking I lacked the strength. Ahu and Dahui threw themselves flat and gripped Dao's arm to haul, and I barked them off. His left thigh's wedged between those 2 rocks. Pull up and the leg goes purple, it'll die. Hearing his scream, I deliberately caught his arm to hold him fast in the middle, neither up nor down, so the thigh wouldn't tear off. The wedging rock was part of the mountain itself, and a hard yank would break his leg first. The men got their torches close. Hard to see, But the thigh was sunk in the rock and wouldn't come, blood running down the stone, chilling to see. He's truly stuck. You too, don't yank, Bao Ji said before tempers flared. Ahu and Dahue leaned out as far as they could, but with the man in their grip, they couldn't see from up there. Mind your surroundings. I'll go down and free his leg, I told them. You can't. It's too dangerous, Dahue objected, bitterly regretting his mockery. He called me a child sure to drag them down, and the child had saved his villager without holding the grudge. Let me climb down, a young man offered, raising his torch. I've climbed trees plenty. All of one heart now, ready to go down whatever the danger, a comrade the only thing that mattered. But the footing was sickening and there slid raw flesh through them off. This rock's too slick. To save a man you have to hold yourself there, or you're the next casualty. While they tried, I told Ahu and Dawei gravely, you two hold him. When I say so, pull. Till then, don't strain. No time to waste. I knotted the old gun to my back with rope so it wouldn't fall and began to climb down, careful every step, until I reached below the two rocks. I gripped one and, veins standing out, snapped a chunk clean off. They stared. No wonder the old warden had handed this boy the gun. Ahu and Dahue, foreheads sweating, drew breath and held. The boy's strength such that he'd hauled Da one-handed before. Some, seeing them flag, came to help take the weight. The spot would hold no more men, so the rest hunted round for a path rather than stand useless. Nearly. Hold a moment. I called from below, steadying them. Then a rank, rotten meat reek hit, and Ahu went cold to the bone. Something else was here. Lao San watched now. At his word the next village men sharpened all at once. Ahu wasn't only tall, but keen-nosed, first to sense anything. Dahue's face fell. No. One trouble not past, another come. A crashing of deadwood and snapping branches in the dark, footsteps toward them, a near 2-meter black shape moving slow into the torchlight, panting, and before it cleared the firelight, every man's blood ran cold. They snatched up forks and hoes and ringed the wounded at their backs. In the firelight, a full 2-meter black bear stood straight before them, a wall of a thing, thighs under the black pelt thicker than a man, its green eyes washing greedy over them all, as if they were already at supper. Be black bear. Ahu, it's the black bear. Dahue got out. Any other time, they could have fought it tooth and nail, but 4 men held an arm here, and the boy with the gun was below straining to free Dahl, 15 down to 9 able. After hunting it the whole way, it had come at the worst moment. Mouth a bloody cavern gnawing on something, saliva and blood running off its jaws. Gashes down its belly, making it 10 times more fearsome. Brothers, guard Ahu's lot, fork it. Zhang Ming roared, and the fight broke open. He charged its belly with his brush knife. Hacking, the next village lads drove their forks in. Some looped behind to club its skull and drive it back. The bear loosed an earth-shaking roar and slapped a paw the size of a millstone at the forks that stung it, several caddies of iron snapping like deadwood. Zhang Ming got a wound opened in its belly, blood running, and rejoiced. Too soon. The bear kicked, and the kick launched him 3 meters to crash on his back and bring up a mouthful of blood. Other forks pinned it. One lad leapt from a tree to chop at its head. The enraged bear swung up, and a single claw blow broke the right arm of a young man wielding a hoe, a shriek ringing through the whole mountain. By the torchlight, those who dodged a paw saw at last that every claw on it, hand and foot, was honed sharp and 2 or 3 inches long. The screams and clash above grew louder. Even unable to see, I knew the fight was savage. I drew a breath, sped my hands, and smashed the last rock. Pull. Ahu and his men, frantic, gritted and heaved Dao up at last. The torch, throw the torch at it. My voice came up like thunder, and a burning brand flew at the bear. It shied at the fire in its face, hesitant under the heat and singeing fur, and stepped back, giving the men room to breathe. While it flinched, Ahu's lot carried the wounded Dao somewhere safer and rallied with forks and hoes. Seeing their hurt brothers still struggling to rise, eyes full of rage, the 4 charged. Ahu led, fork driving at the soft throat. Dahue braced the other side, stabbing fierce at its eye to make the opening. 2 more flanked behind, hoe and fork hacking its back at once. Roar. It blocked the throat fork, but not the rest. A great paw clamped its wounded left eye, and another slap sent Dahue flying into a tree, his whole arm gone numb, as if broken. Crack! The hide on its back too thick, a forked tine snapping off against it. It thrashed, lurching open-mouthed at Ahu in front. "Ahu, look out!" And in that hair's breadth, I shoved Ahu clear and drove a flying kick that launched the bear into the air. They watched the huge thing sail up and crash to the ground with a heavy, sickening sound. As it tried to rise and teach them all a lesson, I was already a leap into the air, the old gun steady in my hand, the muzzle on a tuft of white fur over its heart. Crack! The shot burst like thunder. They seemed to hear its innards split, and the great hulk slammed flat in a cloud of dust. I didn't holster it. I leveled again. Crack! A second, dead in the skull. Only then did the system sound and let me drop my guard. A wild man-eater that size has fierce vitality, and so long as it clings to one last breath it can still kill. Until the system spoke, I couldn't be sure it was dead. Detecting, 1 black bear killed. By host. Reward, 500 points. Bonus, 1 hunting chest. 5 mall pages unlocked. Limited 24 hours. 1 mall item free of charge, any points. 500 points, 5 pages unlocked, and 1 item free regardless of cost. Bigger than any online sale. They stood frozen, unblinking, the image of me landing gun in hand, smoke curling from the barrel, burned in forever. "You all right?" I came to Ahu. "Shoved you clear just then, hurt." The 2 words broke the spell. Zhang Meng, Dao, and the rest forgot their pain, looking at the teenager with awe and fear, my own villagers 7 brimming with pride. That kick, that shot. They'd never again doubt the old warden's eye for a man. The lightly hurt tended the worse, and I tore a strip off my own ruined clothes to bind a wound. None had seen a bear stone dead. They crowded it, wanting to feel its weight. Ahu, biggest and unhurt, set himself and heaved with all he had, and lifted a quarter of it before it thudded back down with a crash. "This thing's too heavy," he breathed. No wonder every move it made was an earthquake. The men sat the bound-up ones by the carcass, and up close, recalling that life-and-death instant. The young men were wholly won over. "Brother, that kick sent it flying. How strong are you? And the aim, and the kick on top of it. Half the forks and hose are broken. Strength like that. Are you the mountain god reborn? No wonder Grandpa Zhang gave you the gun. Me, I'd have been swatted flat before I fired." "It's nothing," I said modestly, glancing at my leg. I could have dragged the whole bear down the mountain, but losing that much strength would only have earned me a reputation for playing at ghosts and gods. Better blend in. "What now?" They still couldn't hide their excitement. "A bear's all treasure," said Zhang Meng, the eldest. "Some of us helped the wounded down. 6 stay to build a rough frame and haul it to the slopefoot. Uncle Zhang's likely still waiting for us there." Before dawn, missed at the slopefoot, old Shou had sat at his door all night, unwilling to rest. 15 young men gone up after a bear. He'd handed the boy his old comrade and made them trust him, but a bear could fell an ox with 1 blow, and idle, an old man's mind runs dark. Yet he held to one belief. The boy with the gun would not abandon anyone and run home. So it proved, though when he saw the young men haul a black bear down off the mountain, his lamp hand shook. The 2 old dogs bayed at the blood-reeking stranger's steps until he hushed them. They knew that smell too well, circling alert lest their master be set upon. Heavens, you boys! Decades a hunter and battle-tried, and still the bear sprawled across his whole forecourt staggered him. He caught his cane, his clouded eyes filled with that savage face, the left eye a ruin, the dark blood pooled in the matted fur. Granny Yu came out with her lamp, not knowing what the black mass was until she did, and froze too. They'd truly done it? She had medicine ready and hurried the unsteady ones inside. All 15 went in without a glance at the bear. The unhurt fretted over the badly hurt. Old Shou checked each, 4 with small scrapes, 8 needing help, but, by the couple's careful tending, none hurt in heart or lung, mostly skin and bone, a matter of time to mend. "Grandpa, how's Da's leg?" Dahue asked, fretting over that purple, bleeding thigh. "Him? Caught in time, else the leg was gone." Granny Yu dressed wounds beside him, skilled from a warden's wife's life. "It's all thanks to Brother Xiaohao. You should have seen. When Dao fell, the boy went straight down without a word and held him. And lucky you gave Xiaohao the gun, or we'd not all have come back. 14 men sang his praises. I didn't believe you when you said he could shoulder the gun one-handed. Without him, I'd have been torn apart. Ahu said, truly humbled. The lot of them won over regardless of his years. He took out the bear with one kick. I'll never forget it, Dahue said. None who saw that kick and those 2 shots would. Looking round the house, I saw 4 photos on the wall, 2 of them family portraits, and understood. Both old Show's sons had gone for soldiers, daughters-in-law and grandsons following the army, leaving the 2 old people to keep each other company here. Xiaohao, I'm sorry, Ahu said, bowing gravely. Thank you for saving our Dao. Whatever you need of me, say it. Lao Sen added his thanks, a life debt today. If you take the warden's post, we back you. Praised the whole way down, I rubbed the back of my head. It's nothing, everyone's safe. I held the old gun out to old Show. It's the gun that did it. Without yours it couldn't have worked. He came trembling and took it, his rough palm over the barrel as if warmth lingered there. 5 years since he'd last hunted with his old comrade. 5 years he'd given in to his body, and his throat worked, his clouded eyes wet. This gun is yours now. In these old hands its being has no meaning. I could see his grief, and didn't take it at once. The gun had been the most important thing of his whole life. You keep it for now, I said, to steady him, lest he take my refusal hard. Done. Granny, you said over the last man. No heavy work these 2 days, rest a week. Ahu, seeing all were well, remembered the bear outside. Grandpa Zhang, we mean to butcher it. Do you know how? I can do a pig, but the hide's so hard a hoe won't bite. None had ever butchered a bear. Every weapon they brought lay ruined against that hide. Right, it's outside, let's open it up. He looked at his wife. Fetch the meat knives from the kitchen. Let these lads butcher it themselves. Their blood ran hot. An old warden's knives and method, a thing you can't seek out and find. Dawn graying. The great black shapes still on the ground under the thinning mist. The warden's 2 meat knives sat easy in the hand, edges nothing like their own home blades. No wonder, honed by an old warden. He brought out a long pole too, none knowing its use. The wounded came out as well, loath to miss the butchering. The thrill of it drowned the pain in their bodies. They'd not always kill a man-eating bear, and could boast of this a lifetime. Old Show shook his head. Rye. Hurt, and still so spirited. Young men mend fast. Ahu Xiaohao come. He put a knife in each of their hands. No one objected, only admired and envied. Zhang Meng, who'd waited for this, stepped out. Uncle Zhang, let me take that knife. You're hurt. It's nothing. All my years I've only ever killed pigs, never a bear, let me. I simply handed him mine. You do it. No, I'll give it to him, Ahu protested. It's fine. I'll watch from Grandpa Zhang's side and learn. I said. I wanted the spot to see clearly how the bear was divided. Zhang Meng near wept, and eyed the lifeless bear, eager. From now on, he decided, he was this boy's own uncle. Old Show agreed to keep me by him. The boy taking the warden's post should learn the whole of dividing the meat, and a man practiced at killing pigs was useful besides. Both of you, gather round. I'll teach you to part a bear. He stepped forward on his cane, the long pole earning its keep, and circled the bear's hind leg. Zhang Meng crouched at one hind leg, Ahu at the other, the wounded watching, envious to death. The rest, envious too, weren't idle, fetching wood, heating water to scald the hide. Cut in here, along the bone. The back of the knees softer. Take the skin off first, then the meat slow. Both of you, cut a hard opening, then you can peel a layer of fat away. The 2 learned fast. Under the sound method they bore down, palms sweating, until the white meat showed. Good. Open it. Peel, cut the fat where it joins the skin. He nodded, glad, guiding them. I watched every detail and rule of butchering a bear. The whole hide drawn off, every cut of meat and seam of fat parted careful. When the belly was opened, fat and blood burst like a balloon, and some young men, unable to stomach the reek, sourer than a pig's threefold, the undigested gut sharp in the nose, turned away gagging. In the belly I saw the bear's gall, skin and flesh still on it, its amber sheen unmasked by the blood. That's the gall. Quick hands, cut a small opening through skin and flesh, and dig it out. Under his guidance, Ahu took his first bear gall, and it drew every eye. A bear is precious all over, but the gall is precious among precious, sought by herbalists who never get one. This gall, you take it, old Sho said, wrapping it in coarse cloth and smiling at me. 14 pairs of eyes turned to me, and at the old man's plain words there was no envy, only the same being won over. None could make them yield more readily than I. It's right that you take the gall, and I didn't refuse. It had great use for me. He picked out with the pole the marbled stretches and had the two carve along his marks. The belly fat's rich. You can render bear oil, good not just for cooking, but for the lamp. Heads craned. Men whose lamps wanted oil brightened, though lamp oil was a waste of it. Near done, the meat and fat laid out clean and clear, I had to marvel at the old generation's skill. He wrapped the skull. This is hardest, but the throat's soft. One of you each side, cut it through. Ahu and Zhang Ming ground at the neck a good, while before the head came free, hands trembling at the swap. Every part of a whole bear took strength, even Ahu sweat-soaked. Seeing them flag, old Sho nodded to two others. Switch, or tomorrow your hands won't have the strength for the outhouse. They handed off, the next pair grinning as if they'd won a lottery, blood-soaked blades no quench to their burning hearts. By full daylight the whole bear was parted clean, hide and meat both, their ardor for it undimmed. Old Sho thought of his young days dividing wild boar with the villagers, the indigo outdoing the blue it came from. To live to see a new warden was a blessing of its own. The bear divided. Each man climbed the slope-foot trees for broad leaves to wrap the meat, crossed and bound tight. Not only the 15 got a share, old Sho too got no little meat and bone and fat. He refused and refused. The boys were cut to ribbons, nearly dead in the bear's jaws, and going up at all was ability enough. I and the rest played deaf and tossed his share into his back room, so the old man had to take it. With everything done, the men wouldn't leave the forecourt a bloody ruin. Those able took pig bristle brushes and scrubbed the blood clean, then poured oak leaf juice over the ground to mask the smell. Uncle Zhang, we'll be off. Zhang Ming's 7 bowed in farewell. They'd meant to walk back with me, but the warden kept me, and they understood the youth would truly be the new warden, an honor for their village, with mountain goods to be had from me hereafter. Ahu's 7 took their leave as respectfully, nodding to me as to a grown man. Their village hadn't won the post, so they'd train harder. Both villages had hurt. The unhurt shouldered meat homeward, the heavy weight a satisfied smile on every face. The village guarded, a rich haul, the wounds painless now, and no need to hand it to the brigade. Bear meat eaten by right. None could find fault for envy. Who'd dare risk his life to take a man-eater? Off we go, meet at home. To eat bear once in a life isn't to have lived in vain. Good men get their reward. We weren't hurt for nothing. The two villages' young men went off laughing, their shapes dwindling in the morning light, and the great forecourt held only old Sho and me. Put out your hands. His voice was hoarse from the sleepless night. I set the 2 big leaf-wrapped bundles down and put out my hands, and the old gun settled into them. You're the warden now. Anything you hunt on this mountain is yours, and no informer can touch it. His eyes went to the gun and tore away, gone keen. I know you mean to leave it with me, but it's for the warden. Mark this above all. Apart from the mountain, the wood down the slope is collective property. Hunt there, and you'll be reported. For rounds, apply to the village. I took it in. I'd never been to that wood. When you buy a homestead, come to me. I'll talk it through. Even your father, your grandfather, can make no trouble. That was what I wanted most. Then he led me to a brushwood stuffed hut and unrolled a great cloth bundle of beast traps he wiped clean every month or two. No dust on them. Plus 2 wooden pistols with springs and wood blocks in the magazines, a beast net, snares, stout rope, a rain hat, even bells, and a fire striker. 5 years of his care plain on all of it. To refuse the old man's kindness now would be inhuman. It would all help me through a stretch in the mountains, and the rope was better weighted than any I could buy. Satisfied I'd taken it, he sobered again. More, these decades the mountains held worse than bears, every kind of worse. With the bear killed, the next days won't be quiet. Wolves, boar, the blood-hungry things, will smell it and turn savage. Best not go up these few days. He thought I'd not rush back, with bear meat and oil to last a while, but a warning's a warning. My eyes lit. Boar, I hadn't forgotten the 3-day appointment with the Ding family. Today was the second day, and the traps I'd reset were likely full of hares and river catch by now. The old warden truly had the better knowledge of all this. He, not knowing of my black market deal, took my brightening for a boy still high on the bear. Only a child at his age, after all, and clapped my shoulder. Off you go. Rest, a night without sleep. Stop thinking about the bear. Right. And you rest too. You and Granny, you were up all night. I roped his gifts to my back, and to look unremarkable hefted the leaf-wrapped bear meat in both arms and set off home. Long after I'd gone, he still marveled at my strength. Ahu had strained to lift that same bundle, and I'd carried it without a change of face. A pity so good a child had lived so hard, having to rely on himself and be dragged down besides by his own father and that father's brothers and sisters. A great pity. Ma, I'm back. I went straight to the kitchen and laid the bundles by the earthen stove, the bloody black hide, the meat, the blocks of fat, the paws, near filling it, and tossed the gall, unwrapped from its coarse cloth, onto the hide with the rest. Good, you're back. The porridge is done. I'll dish you some, my mother said, who'd smelled the reek before I was through the door. She'd thought I'd lost track of time hunting hares, then turned and saw the great clawed paw on the floor, and her head went buzzing, my clothes torn to rags that wouldn't cover my belly. The bamboo ladle clattered from her hand, and she came trembling to crouch and run a hand over the claws, bigger than her whole hand. A bear. She seemed to see how close the night had been. I told you the mountain's been unsettled lately. The next village and ours went up together of our own accord, and with the gun Grandpa Zhang, the old warden, gave me, we shot the bear dead, and everyone got a share, I said, making it small, which was why I'd left without telling her, to spare her a day of dread. Look, the gall's precious. We'll keep it. I'll stew a paw to build you up. She snatched up the fire stick to swat my thigh, and brought it down hard on the floor instead with a clang. Building me up, and you off to the king of hell first? I don't object to the mountain anymore, but do you think a bear's killed so easily? When such a thing comes, I don't want you the first to charge. Can't you think there's a mother at home? If something happened to you, how am I to live? Then I gave her the good news. Ma, I'm the warden now, and turned to show the gun and bundles on my back. She knew I could take hares and pheasants, but never thought the old warden would give my son his gun. A man who'd lived off the mountain a lifetime had vouched for him. Your son told you. Trust me, I'll never let myself come to harm. Grandpa Zhang, the old warden, trusts me. Won't his own mother trust her son? Never mind the danger. We live right at the slope foot. If the bear came down to eat people while I was out, how would I live with it? Because I'd always done what I said. She'd chosen to trust me this once. You really made warden? Yes. And now we needn't hide our meat. We can eat it in the open. I know you worry, but I'd never go up without full certainty. The least danger to this place, and I can't rest easy. Her eyes reddened. 2 villages gathering to take the bear had surely prepared well. To drag on as they were was no answer. This flimsy hut most dangerous of all, and they couldn't gamble. You're not hurt. She felt me over, dreading the reek meant a wound. I set the gun on the table and stripped off the torn shirt to show a hale chest. See, not a scratch. From now you're a warden's mother, and once we've money for a homestead, the Sioux clan can't touch us. I'm still waiting on you to make me a set of clothes. She found no wound, and the once thin body filling out, taller, plain proof that the day he chose the mountain was the right choice. All right, I'll make you 2 sets, wiping the dust from my face. Go wash. I'll dish you porridge, and rest after here. I'd long wanted a wash, the butchering reek hard to bear. When I'd gone, she stood staring at the heap of bear meat and paws. Bear and pork, surely much the same to cook. Washed, I found the 2 children deep in rice porridge, my mother having made pork stir-fried with fiddleheads, the color of it inviting. She set a big bowl before me, 2 pieces of meat on top bigger than any in the ferns. I moved a piece to her bowl and ate before she could move it back, and she bit it with a smile, seeing through me. Jiao Jiao, Xiaoxing, you can pick mushrooms and gather deadwood as normal again. Their eyes lit. Really, big brother? Wretched as the ban had made them, freed after one sleep. Yes, but don't go deeper in. The mountain's dangerous. That was when my mother understood why I'd forbidden it the day before. I'd shouldered the whole weight myself. Gather plenty of deadwood today. When I wake, I'll stew you something good. Roast chicken. Guashing hooped. The last roast unforgettable. Jiao Jiao hoped the same. Today's is better, but only if you gather plenty, I said, mysterious, and cleared the bowls and lay down on the kong. I'd meant to open the chest in the pack, but the comfort and tiredness rolled back over me. A night without sleep on top of the bear-high excitement. And I let it go and was soon deep asleep. At the Su family's old house. No work that day. Su Xiangwen came early with a grain sack. Dad, Mom. Neo Shulan all smiles, just complaining to the old man that the second son hadn't come the day grain was issued. And here he was. Su Xiangjuan and Hu Li ran out from porridge in the kitchen, the brother slapping the second's shoulder. All warmth now, no longer angry over the withheld pork. Hu Li, sly, eyed the grain sack and let on that Xiangjuan's draw was thin because the second hadn't been helping. A roundabout dig. Send Xiaobin and Xiaokai to the fields, Xiangjuan said sweetly. Let your nephews help you, second brother. You can't hold a household up alone. Our kids are Su blood. They know to help their own. When Xiaohao's grown, he'll see your good intentions. Warm though the two nephews never farmed a day, Xiangwen softened. Neo Shulan flared at Guahao's name. Her grandson hauled to the ancestral hall, blamed by the whole village for deliberately hurting others, and no share of the pork. Doesn't even know a broken bone keeps its sinew. That boy was ruined by that little slut. Xiangwen took the curse on his wife ill, but said nothing. Neo Shulan opened the grain sack to pour it out, and her face fell. Too light, too little. This isn't right. That's all that's left. Mom, that's half. The rest is for Xiaohao and Xiaoxing to eat. Or how do the children get by? That lit the hornet's nest. No conscience. Wife, and you forget your mother? Those little beasts won't even own you. Split the household off. Gave the pork to the whole village and not us. Got your dad and brother lectured in the hall. The village head cursing us and shaming the Su name. And you'd keep house for them? Old Su darkened too. Second son's wife. Are you discontent with this family? A father who can't even teach his son. What use is he? Xiangwen pleaded that the boy had only withheld the pork in a flush of temper, but Xiaobin had after all wronged the Li boy with a shove. Brother, I'll have to correct you, Xiangjuan cut in. Xiaobin's so gentle and sensible. How could he? Think who the Li wife is friendly with. Xiaobin was framed. Your nephew knelt in the hall before the whole village, questioned, and you his uncle doubt him alongside outsiders without even asking. Xiangwen thought too the nephew couldn't be so vicious, shoving a boy to his death, but there were witnesses. He had to believe it, and seeing his parents cold with anger at his words for the nephew, he fell silent. Then a sizzle of oil from the He house next door, the smell drifting over. Hu Li frowned. Didn't the He family render their lard ages ago? How can they have it now? Not speculating, are they? Neo Shulan rushed to the gate and found old He's wife deliberately standing by their wall with a bowl of fragrant oil. Even Su Weibin and Su Qiangcai ran out to sniff. The smell of oil, how long since they'd eaten it? Xiangwen came out too and felt only sorrier for the nephew drooling at the cracklings. If only Xiaohao had been able to handle things, it would have drawn the two families close. To give the pork to others rather than his own grandfather and uncle, it wasn't right. Oh, everyone's out. Neo Shulan jeered. Old Zhang's wife. That doesn't smell like lard. Your family speculating, is it? Old Annie Zhang fished out a crackling and tasted it. We don't do speculation. This is bear oil, more precious than lard. Didn't the village send 7 men up after a bear yesterday? My son Zhang Meng went, with the next village's 7, and it was Guahao led them, youngest of all, and he downed the bear and saved my Zhang Meng, an ox's strength in so small a lad. She'd done it on purpose. Her son had come home praising Guahao without stop, and only then had they learned he'd nearly been eaten by the bear, but for the boy's quick, capable hand. She'd always liked the child, and rendered a block of oil just to torment them. At the news every face, but Xiangwen's went iron. They were only now learning it. All thanks to Xiaohao. Sensible, capable, and mindful of others. The bear was 400 some caddies, and he shared us plenty. The village head knows of it, so don't drag my family into talk of speculation. Old Annie Zhang couldn't understand why Xiangwen was so blindly filial. His mother's act transparently false, and he'd beaten his wife near to death over it. The whole world knowing the split household still sent grain to his parents. His own children skin and bone, and still made to farm for the Su young ones. A grandmother herself. She'd say plainly the second Sue was no good, too soft to stand up, only bullied. Were Guahao her grandson, she couldn't dote enough. Once a neighbor who'd get cursed by Nyo Shulan for a word. Now her son's saved. She hoped to spread the family's good name and keep Nyo Shulan from blackening it in the village. What the menfolk dared not say, she dared. It went to Nyo Shulan's heart. Bear meat. Had they not quarreled so bitterly, pork or bear, the family would have eaten. The thought of young manhwa eating so much meat was unbearable. Old Su regretted not keeping his wife from stirring trouble. Who wouldn't prize a bear-hunting grandson? Let this out, and every house would laugh behind their hands at the Su family bullying their own. Huli couldn't hold her face. Wasn't this saying their Xiaobin was less than Guahao? A teenager hunt a bear? The grown men gave the boy the credit. That's all. Leave him alone on that mountain and the wolves would eat him before he knew it. And he egged his parents to divorce. Pillow quarrels mend by the foot of the bed. Is that a child's business to stir? Gritting her teeth. Never seen a child so keen on his mother's divorce, so wicked, off bullying his own cousins. And the uncle didn't come to their fields much now. That grudge she kept. Old Annie Zhang clicked her tongue. The Su family closing ranks and still flinging muck on the boy. The second Su not daring to break wind. Su the second, your own child cursed to be wolf food, and you hide and dare not speak? Keep on, and not one child will be close to you. I say the divorce is good. Yang the educated girl so pretty, 3 children so sensible. Rid of you, they'll live better. The old generation shrank from the word divorce, but she'd seen it. The Su young one's clever tongue forever wringing subsidies out of Nyo Shulan. The 2 families' children worlds apart in size. What parent could bear to starve a child so thin? She'd seen Guahao sensible from small, farming for work points beside the second Su, because the man went too far, and even a child couldn't stomach it, and pushed back. For all her talk, she never let slip that he'd become the warden. Xiangwen couldn't raise his head. That quick-handed boy on the mountain who hadn't given him a straight glance, and the children plainly better off without him. He'd regretted the slap ever since. The boy was only young. A few kind words would have done. From the day of the pork, village head and neighbors and villagers, learning his wife and children would sooner live in a broken slopefoot hut than come home, had laughed at him behind his back. Yet he'd only meant to help his kin, uncomplaining, expecting nothing. Had he truly been wrong this time? When they'd all gone back in, old Su knocked out his pipe and relit it, sighed out a ring of white smoke. Didn't think the little wretch had it in him. He hadn't seen it, but Su Hangin had told him to his face in the hall that the second son's grandson had ability and might truly rise. Wound the boy's heart, and there'd be no getting close to him after. He'd thought at the head needling him over Xiaobin's hall shaming. But a bear killed. Luck or skill, the ability stood plain. What ability? Bullying his own cousins is ability. Xiangjuan bristled. To call Guahao able was to call his 2 sons useless. Old Su gave him a long look, and the younger man caught the point. Shulan, you and the second go over and apologize, give a little ground, and the wife won't insist on divorce. The whole thing started with you in the first place. Xiangwen was touched to the bone. His father sending his mother to apologize, taking the slight to keep the household whole. Truly the capable one. But Nyo Shulan exploded. I apologize to her? Give her face? A mother goes to her son's house for grain. So what? And she fights me half to death over it. The grandsons are Sioux blood. Why should I apologize? Cursing back into her seat. And after all the cursing, not a drop of oil in her belly. The second son's wife living it up over there. Meat to eat and no fields to work. Huli pressed. Father-in-law, what if the second aunt puts on airs and forbids the second uncle to give grain ever again? Give way once, and there's a second time. And Guahao's been turned against us by her. An apology won't make him hand us the meat. It was reason enough. The 2 old ones couldn't let Xiangwen do it, or the youngest son's house would drink the northwest wind. Old Su rolled his eyes at his second son. Look at you. Can't manage a woman or a child. What kind of man? Get back. The sight of you angers me. And Xiangwen went bitterly back to the small house that held only himself, circling, as he always did now whenever he had time, by the slopefoot hut, where his daughter and small son's laughter filled the place and only made him ache. I knew nothing of the Su family's greedy, filthy thoughts. Waking, I lay on the Kong studying them all. 500 points now, the 1 point left, and the 24-hour free swap still good. I tapped the lock at the corner page number, and all 5 pages sprang open, 6 in all with the first, but laid out unlike the mixed first page, a dazzle of goods. Thanks for the votes and the saves. Thank you all. Page 2. Sichuan peppercorn 5G, 3 points. Star anise 5G, 4 points. Cassia bark 5G, 5 points. Single person outdoor tent, 20 points. Good for braising a bear paw, but not worth the free swap. Further back drew the eye more. Snacks, chocolate, the last item of each page dearer. I went back and forth and settled on pages 5 and 6. Full outdoor mountaineering shell, 3-piece, for 100 points. Solar charging high-power long-throw flashlight, 500 points. The shell would beat my body-chafing rags by far, but the flashlight pulled harder, solar charging, and 500 points said it was the more precious. I chose the flashlight. Limited 24-hour free swap successful. Solar charging high-power long-throw flashlight ×1. Placed in pack. Take out the flashlight. Sitting up, sure the children and my mother weren't near, I murmured it, and a small fortress of a flashlight appeared on the comm. A cylinder near as big as a grown man's arm. Handsome black alloy at the edges, plainly fine-made. Rubber on the grip, easy on the hand. A diamond panel at the base marked for solar charging. Good in the hand. Well-sized, just the thing for coming down the mountain tonight. My thumb on the switch, a hard beam shot to the wall. Day already, and still nothing like before. 500 points well spent. The solar charging the thing I liked. I put it back and turned to the hunting chest I'd wanted to open since I got it. Open the hunting chest. A red and black chest, a little lock trembling on its face. Click, and it opened, and I wondered what it might hold. A gun? Compressed biscuits for the hunt? 3D images spread out. A striking gun marked UHJ, 12 double-barreled fowling piece. System, is this a fowling piece? Yes, a domestically produced double-barreled shotgun of this era. The shot pattern read 12 gauge, 100 rounds, 15 to a load. The second was a small slip, trapping tips. The gun and shells went into the pack on opening. The tips dissolved to smoke and drifted into my head. And after a moment, no discomfort, no ache, I found I knew it. Against my crude hair trap, a finer method sprang up whole in my mind. Every step and on-site material vivid. I seemed to know how to use it. I spent 14 points on peppercorn, star anise, cassia, and salt for the bear paw. Without them it wouldn't taste half so good. Found a dry coarse cloth, poured half of each out measured, and went out into the high afternoon sun, the hide on the line washed clean, the reek still hanging by the kitchen. There Jiao Jiao and Guoxing crouched in a corner washing their hands, a good heap of fresh-bound deadwood by them. Brother, look how much we gathered. Guoxing bounced. Jiao Jiao fed twigs under the stove, crackling. Jiao Jiao and Guoxing are amazing. I gave them a big thumbs up, and the praise made even the fearsome paw seem less so. Enough in the firebox now, the flames just right. My mother said, rendering bear oil. Its color unlike lard, the small cubes of meat frying fragrant. Jiao Jiao tugged Guoxing off with the basket. We've still mushrooms to gather. And they waved goodbye and went. I set the cloth on the table. Ma, I traded for these seasonings at the black market last time. Put them in when you braise the paw. They kill the reek and taste better. She'd been worrying what to use. The family near out of the 9-layer herb that smothered the smell. She crossed and opened the cloth and stared. Star anise? Peppercorn? Cassia? Not cheap. Things she'd only seen at her cookuncle's before the countryside, never since. And rubbing the bright grains on the cassia, she made them out at last. Salt. Fine salt. Not the coarse stuff. You'll keep going to the black market? Her hand paused over the answer she already knew. I met her eyes sincere. Yes, I will. Only the oil sizzled. She turned back to the rendering. Put the rest of the paw away, and the gall. There's a little cellar mouth by the kitchen door. It'll hold a few things. I went and found a stone slab set flush with the floor tile, a cloth strip wedged at it. I drew the cloth, lifted the whole slab, and under thick pine needles felt a coolness. Room for about 1 jar. I set the gall and the half paw in and fitted the cloth and slab back. The small iron pot sizzled, bear oil's fragrance and wood smoke filling the little kitchen and soon the air outside too. I looked at the sky through the window and picked up the gun to head out. Why not rest today? Go tomorrow, my mother said over the sizzle, ladling fast. You've gone nights without sleep lately and only napped a little by day. It's not enough. Stay a while. I'll braise you the paw. She was hurrying, by the look of it. I smiled. Ma, I've not checked the traps in days. They won't hold. I'll go now and be back earlier, and I'll eat my fill of your paw. She looked at the sky too, early enough to be back early, counted the time on her fingers, and lifted a basket off the enamel plate, and I saw on it one of the system's chiven pork buns. I'd only taken out 6. How was one still here? She'd kept it back. The 2 had been for her. She caught my wrist and pressed the still warm bun into my palm. It warmed my hand and my heart. I steamed it. Eat it on the mountain. Don't go hungry. Go early, come back early. I put it back in her hand. Ma, this bun was for you. She wouldn't take it, pried my hand open, waved me off. I've eaten. I kept it because I was full. Eat it on the way. I looked at the bun in my hand, roped the gun to my back, shouldered the basket, and glanced back at her watching me kindly by the kitchen, and waved the hand with the bun and went out the sliding door toward the mountain. I reached the hare den without so much as a hard breath, soaked in sweat. I could feel the change in my body, strength to spare, the hours-long climb done inside one. The way was the same map route, but the feel was not. 3 premium stamina tonics left in the pack. Best to keep those. I hunted out the reset trap, thick, dead grass over it. Hard to find but for the spot's little bobbing motion. Amazed how the dead grass and leaves had blanketed the path in mere days. The changing green of the mountain meant the season turning, harvest near, and with it the rains, and my wish for a homestead grew the fiercer. I brushed the dead leaves back. 2 hares pacing and struggling. The trap torn open at the right. The kudzu plainly bitten through, a sharp bamboo splinter gone. The rest intact. Sharp teeth had worked a hole, and 1 or 2 had escaped. These 2 were held. One foreleg snarled in the vine and split bloody. The other's hind leg hung up. Had I not come, they'd have dried to jerky. I roped them into the basket and, eyeing the wrecked trap, found a better build rising in my mind, faster even than my own. I picked a palm-thick oak nearby, cut off dozens of short branches, laid the knife flat, and shaved each into splayed forks with fine barbs, points sharp at base and tip. Bent the tougher part of a pine into an arc and notched 4-pronged ends to seat the oak forks. Carried it all to the den, dug an arm-deep pit, laid the forked oak across the mouth, sank a dozen more half-buried in the pit, points up and fixed. A grid denser than vine over the top with gaps left, and a small hole dug at the very center into the damp earth. A second trap I set ahead, snapping thick weed roots to bury the base, cutting small openings, ringing a wide area with weed and kudzu lashings, dug earthworms from the wet soil for both ends, took a bun from the system, ate the skin and pinched the still fresh pork into the 2 traps, near half the filling in, ants soon swarming the bits, and rubbed grass juice over my hands to mask the blood smell, finishing by joining the 2 traps with kudzu. With a few short branches and vines left, I dug a pit under a tree, knotted dozens of kudzu into 1 rope, and hung it from a tottering long branch, loaded with earth and stones held by short branches, points hidden, doubling as bait draw. This one struck from above. By the tips method, I built a simple mechanism and 3 traps, so that however many days I stayed away, hare or other, whatever felon would be held and could never gnaw free. Done. I tossed the knife in the basket, and found the system had sounded no reward at all. No task issued, no reward. The system answered promptly, an answer as good as none. I'd noticed too that finding the 2 trapped hares had brought no automatic prey detected. Did already hunted prey not count? To learn, I left for the cliff wall and the river by the great rocks. The sun sank slow, the cliff dyed gold red, the waterfall scattering fine gold. The old net was easier to find. The palm-sized stone pinned only 1 spot, but on the great rock I didn't find the little roped stone wedged in the middle. The pebbles I'd weighted it with had washed down. My heart lurched. I reached low along the water, parted the stones, and fished up the roped stone, but the weight was wrong. I waded in, careful-footed, the water clear in the last light, and saw the net drifting by some rocks. I drew it over, a palm-wide hole torn in the woven bottom. That was why it was empty. The break looked cut. Nothing dull could part this natural fiber net. Then I saw at the break some moss and a claw, a snapped-off little pincer. The crab gone, its pincer left, a small mishap of crab life. I'd thought a few might escape like the hares. Instead, the whole haul was gone. I fingered the net at the water's edge, fine for short use, but left too long without a timely haul. It risked being cut by something sharp. I'd overlooked that. What better material to mend it with? Something to last 2 or 3 days unwatched and not be taken. The trapping tips at once gave me a better way, and I went to it, to a thicket not too far off, where I wanted not just vines but the sticky sap at the innermost of thorny canes, which by the method in my head would bind into my old net far stronger for a little effort. I sat right down on the dirty grass, pulled vines, worked the fist-thick inner ends with the knife tip for sap, and smeared it on so the fibers ran tougher. By the time I'd worked and enlarged the 2 nets, the sun was down, black all round. I took out the flashlight to try its strength. At the switch, the whole thicket lit, hard as daylight. The mall's flashlight was no less than a searchlight. No wonder a full 500 points. With its beam, I rubbed dozens of clear filaments together, sapped them, joined and knotted them to the old half, lengthening the small net larger over some time. By the tip's record, the stuff could outlast a few sharp wearings. A blade biting or wearing it would leave a trace of blood, and that very thing better reinforced the net's edge so it couldn't be pulled open. Done. I took the flashlight to the river. This time not to weight it on a rock, but to tie it to a branch of a near tree. The long, thin vine line plenty to lay the net in the water. The river soaked my shins as I spread the net, even over the surface, the fine mesh clear in the beam. Earthworms already threaded through every crossing as bait. The river catch was as good as in hand. Glug, glug. An animal drinking? I pressed my whole body behind the great rock, and lucky there was moonlight outside. I cut the flashlight at once. Following the sound, I found a small wild boar, whole muzzle in the water, gulping, black eyes glinting in the moonlight. No wonder it hadn't seen me lay the net. It lifted its dripping snout, little tusks twitching, round eyes wary, turning as if it had caught a strange scent on the air. Not to lose it all at the last, I spent 1 point on pack storage, put the gun and everything in, and sank my whole body into the river, head and all, not a hair showing. Lucky I knew a little water. Eyes open, I saw the boar already at the rock I'd stood by, snorting, hind feet kicking back as if to dig out the strange smell. It lingered, and a man underwater must breathe. I pinched my nose, near my limit, and then it spat out a mouthful of mud and a moment later had a fish in its mouth. A boar fishing? Pulling fish straight out, faster than my net. Its nose twitched again, my pinching hand trembled. It cocked its head, butted the rock once more, shook itself, circled twice, and went off into the thicket, its shape briefly gone. Pa! I sat up, spat river water, every breath swimming with the dizziness of water up the nose, and still my eyes turned that way. Stars floating before me. I remembered. Follow that small boar. Where there's a small boar, there's a big one. Got without the least trouble, and I'd not even looked yet where the bear had died. I steadied myself and slipped after it into the thicket. Nearest prey detected, wild boar. Issuing task, capture the boar. Time, 2 hours. Reward, 1 gourmet surprise blind box. The system's voice at last. I didn't pause. By the thin moon through the canopy I tracked it. Would have used the flashlight, but for fear of spooking it. The small boar going stop and start, snorting, then a sharp squeal, the thicket itself rustling and cluttering the sound. So I felt my way by ear in the dark. After a stretch its sound stopped, as if it had never passed. Strange. I held still behind cover lest it had wits enough to throw its voice. I needed it to find the herd. Then a rustle, like a clear bird note, dropped on my heart. I crept after it and lost the little thing again. Hearing things? By rights I couldn't be mishearing. As I chose to go on toward the end anyway, a faint crying reached me. Very weak, small, not near. I stopped to fix its direction, the night wind in the leaves louder than it. There. I tore left through tangled vines that near tripped me, parted the cobweb snarl, and the weak cry called twice and stopped. Crouched behind a stout trunk, I looked, and the sight in the moonlight chilled me to the marrow. Crack, crack, bone breaking, mixed with a threatening growl. 2 boar, each half a man high, ringed something and tore at it, blood dripping off their gray-black bristles, a flap of furred hide on a tusk. one wrenching its head so skin and flesh came away with the guts spilling. Whimper, the weak cry again, and I made it out at last, a puppy. On the bare ground lay a torn-apart native dog, two fist-small pups huddled trembling under a yellow dog's belly. That dog's legs split to the sinew, and still it chose to shield the two. I drew the double barrel to try its strength, scanning warily, and from behind the big boar came a small boar cub, its snort and bristles the very one from the riverbank, eyes fixed on the two pups under the yellow dog as it chewed a scrap with the big ones. Woof! Woof! The yellow dog stood its ground hurt. Crack! Crack! Two shots, the night owl scattering, my one-handed grip unmoved, smoke curling from the muzzle. The two big boar roared and in moments crashed onto their backs, trotters twitching, then still. The boar cub charged my trunk, small but full of drive. For so small a thing I spared the shot, sprang forward, and brought the knife down from the pack out of the air, no force, no threat to it. One stroke, and it dropped dead on the spot. I'd already taken out the flashlight, and its beam laid the little clearing bare, and lit a wrenching sight. White bone, the other half of the body already in pieces, dog blood reddening the ground, the bitten-off head still open-eyed, unwilling to close. I knew not to linger. The blood smell on the wind would draw more, and had to take the two boar and get home. I touched the cub into the pack, then went forward. In my footsteps and the hard beam the big yellow dog trembled, guarding the pups beneath it. I didn't stop there, but came to the boar and shone the light. The double barrel's power was real, the shot burst caving the whole skull in. No second shot needed, stronger than the old fowling piece. I dug the rounds out of the wound craters with the knife. The boar were to be sold, and left in, the shot would spoil the meat over time. 2 rounds and craters out. I touched both boar, and they vanished from the clearing. Then I glanced at the dog still low growling its threat at me, its left foreleg hanging by a few bloody sinews, having watched its companion die in the boar's jaws. My heart softened. I put the gun and knife back in the pack, crouched, and made a few soft chk sounds. The old folk knew how to pick a dog. At those soft sounds its tail whirled like a propeller, its wary clouded eyes fixing on me, fear and warning still in it, but the tail going of its own accord. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I edged forward, gentle, holding out a hand to be smelled, not rushing. Whether it read no threat in me, or the chk won a dog's trust, it soon bared half its belly to let the pups out, dropping its guard, and I stroked its head, and by the close beam saw its back too torn open in a great patch. It had only forced up that ferocity to shield the 2 small ones. The sight shook my heart. It had paid with its life, the old ancestor's native dog, guarding what it loved most against deadly danger. Only then did I see it was a bitch. She seemed to spend her last strength on a nod, licked the hand that stroked her head, and slumped to the ground. In her life's last span, she'd found her 2 pups a final refuge. Her eyes closed. Her tail still kept its faint sway, the end of her caught at a moment when a human was still touching her small head. Whimper, whimper. The 2 pups, sensing something, came stumbling on uncoordinated legs to nuzzle at my arm, here and there. I lifted them and wiped them clean, small and white and dear. Unlike the thin bitch, the pups raised white and plump, a pleasure to see. I held them up, saw their sexes, and looked back at the dead mother. Had she lived, I'd have taken her home with the pups too. Boar capture task complete. Not overtime. Reward: 1 gourmet surprise blind box. Open? I didn't linger over the ruin I couldn't clear, sure more would come, and I'd promised my mother to be home in time. Heading down, I said, open it. Unlike the grain blind box, this was a gourmet one. I didn't break stride, the rough path bright under the beam. Ding ding ding, a question mark made of the word gourmet, a box beneath it bouncing and spitting things out. Fragrant fried chicken cutlets times 12, KFC small fried chicken times 6, grape egg tarts times 10, golden pizzas times 10. To a young man, true delicacies. Placed in pack. I set the pups in the basket and hurried home in good spirits. Late summer night wind carried grass and heat. A few beast growls faint on the air at the slope foot. A little disappointed. I could have hunted more if not pressed home. I pushed the creaking door, and my mother's waiting heart eased, her needle running quicker. Xiao hao, go eat the paw. I braised and kept it. By the lamp's yellow light, Jiao Jiao and Guoxing fanned, and at two tiny whimpers from outside, they scrambled off the Kong. I drew the hairs from the bottom of the basket. 2 hairs today, Ma. Give one to Aunt Jia tomorrow. Whimper, whimper. Jiao Jiao crouched barefoot by the basket, round eyes wide. Brother, what did you bring? Is the rabbit making that sound? Guoxing leaned in, both already yawning. My mother saw them for pups. Puppies? I handed one to each child, smiling. Found them on the mountain, beside a mother dog, so I brought them back. Wow, puppies. Guoxing hugged his to him. Jiao Jiao rubbed a pink, wet nose, melting. The pups, frightened so long, only blinked and yawned at the children's handling. All right, the puppies need sleep. Set them down, wash your hands and sleep too. Tomorrow morning you can bathe them. The two stroked the small heads reluctantly and obeyed. In the kitchen, hairs stowed, I found the supper my mother had saved. A bowl of braised paw, the biggest, softest treasure of the paw kept for me, the thick gravy clinging. A lift of the chopsticks broke the bear oil, and the peppercorn scent struck the nose. Truly the best seasoning for stewed meat. No trace of the gaminess now. To eat bear paw at all in this age was a marvel, let alone a whole bowl, and it was my first ever. In my own time, these animals were long protected, a thing only the rich ate in secret. I thought of the old shark fin ad, no buying, no killing, and of how, half a life lived, I'd seen sharks only on television, never with money or time to see one, let alone eat the fin. I took a bite. The key seasonings, the meat my mother had stewed to falling apart. Melting and soft, peppercorn and salt first on the tongue and a sweetness bouncing back as it went down. Delicious. Is it good, big brother? Jiao Jiao, pup still in her arms, smelled it and knew. Xiaoxing and I each had a whole bowl tonight, so slippery and good. Her throat working at the memory. Of course, who can match Ma's cooking? Come here, and I fed her a tender soft piece. Guoxing ran in too, pup in arms, a finger out. Me too, a little. He'd have held back for his brother if his sister hadn't eaten. I picked out a tender bit for him, the little one shaking his head in bliss. Slow down. There are 2 bowls of bear meat on the stove if it's not enough. My mother came in to find the 2 little gluttons eating with me, and the warm scene held her. She shook her head, looked at the bare bones she couldn't bear to throw and the pups the children couldn't put down. Keep the bones. Good for the pups to gnaw their teeth on when they're bigger. She stroked the 2 pups' heads, fluffy and smooth and winning. We've 2 watchdogs now. A grown dog and no thief would dare at the house. She seemed a little dazed. Since the split, she and the children climbing steadily, and now guarding against thieves arranged too. Late, the pups curled on straw and rags Jiao Jiao and Guoxing had laid. The very clothes I'd worn bear hunting, torn to shreds, and slept sound in the little nest, snoring now and then. Before resting I watched, and listening to the bedtime laughter through the hut, felt this small thatch place held my family's warmth. I had to move faster on the 2 villages' homesteads. A good night's sleep, late summer morning routing the dark. Slap. Bundles of mixed hardwood branches down on the forecourt. Soon the kitchen wall was stacked with firewood enough for a while. I sat on the little stone block, for bundles before me unlike the kitchen deadwood. These I'd picked on the mountain paths, sturdy, even thick, best for little stools. I undid one, chose 4 like branches and some arm-wide ones for the seat supports, and with the knife cleaned off the thorny twigs and bark, every stroke fluent, so that Jiao Jiao and Guoxing watched rapt, the puppy bath set aside. Brother, how long till I'm like you? Guoxing felt his thin arm, longing to grow able as me, to stand before Ma, to carry 2 armloads of wood untired. When you're grown, you'll be just like your brother. A bowl of water arrived. Brother, have some water. The gesture and the words near melting me. What a sensible little sister. I drank it off and put the bowl in Guoxing's hands. Go wash this in the kitchen. Yes. Off he shot like a little shell. Thinking of the gourmet blind box, I drew 2 grape egg tarts from the pack behind my back. Purple raisins half set in the custard, the tart amber glowing in the daylight, the dark center a layer of jam over the milk sweet. Even I hadn't expected a tart so generous. Wow. Jiao Jiao saw the thing I held out, not knowing what it was but fragrant, sweetness before it ever reached her mouth. These are eggs your brother bought this morning. 1 each for you and Xiaoxing. I didn't give the real name, lest the children let it slip. Egg described it better than egg tart. Brother, why isn't this egg white and round? It's a yellow egg, very good. And I undid 2 more bundles. Eat inside, it's hot out, and don't you still have to bathe the pups? Cradling her precious, yellow egg, her little braids swinging, she ran to give Gushing one. I worked the branches, clamped 2 seat legs between my knees, scored deep crosses at the ends with the knife tip so the parts would seat without wobble, tapped the joints tight with the knife's back to mate the mortise and tenon. Small stools are easy, and soon 4 were done. I carried them out where the children could sit to wash the dogs, and found Jiao Jiao chasing a soaking pup with a 1/4 bar of soap. Stools, she cried, delighted, just right for washing the pups. Me too. Gushing held a struggling pup, tart flakes still at his mouth. Wash them clean, then dry them well, or the pups get sick. They're small. A chill they can't bear off would send them up to the sky. So warned, the children stopped at play and worked together careful on the small stools. They'd known sickness and wished it on no pup. I took the last 2 stools to the kitchen, where my mother was washing chunked hare meat, the hare skin on the stove still oil bright, leaves and ties beside it for wrapping. Ma, just take it over directly, no need to hide it this time. She followed my look and understood, then thought again. Better still hide it a little. If others know, they'll trouble your Aunt Jia. Meat was precious, though we needn't sneak it now. The slope-foot hut wasn't safe, and others knowing too much might breed bad ideas. And to drag Tian Jia in would be worse. Xiao Hao, find a whetstone for these 2 knives. I'll take the other hare to Aunt Jia, the little one's with me. Go on out. She handed me the knives, oil washed off. Only the dull edge had kept her from cleaning the second hare to take along too. All right, you and Jiao Jiao and Xiaoxing be careful. I bound the blade edges with cloth and took them out, wiped my hands on my hem, and drew from my waist the unopened pack of lotus, 2 gilt characters bright in the sun. I'd meant to give Grandpa Zhang a couple to smoke and forgot, lost in talk, and at the thought of the old man I longed for that tea soup. No whetstone at home, so I shouldered the basket with both knives and the brush knife and set off for Uncle Zhao's. Even in late summer the heat was hard going. I followed the dirt road to its end, the row of earthen houses moss dark along the walls, and picked out Uncle Zhao's place easy. I'd passed it often as a child, right across from the old locust tree. Under it now sat a few stooped old men cooling off and smoking rolled tobacco. Is Uncle Zhao home? My voice carried, and the talk under the shade cut off. Several clouded eyes turned, Zhao Liqing's among them. Xiao Hao, he said, rolled cigarette at his lip, waving, the one middle-aged man free to idle there today. Whose boy's this? One old man squinted, not placing me. Oldly knocked his pipe out. You don't know him? The boy who caught the pork those lost children got a share of. Third Grandpa Zhang knew me, knew my whole family, more like, and shifted to make room, friendly. Of these old men I knew none but Zhao Liqing. That's the boy? My son said it. Old Su's grandson's got some ability, 7th Grandpa Shun said, sparks dropping off his cigarette onto his patched trousers unnoticed. Word of the mountain search had reached them all. Hello, Uncle Zhao grandfathers. I'd already opened the pack of lotus and drew one out for him, then went round handing one to each of the old smokers, sensible, greeting them all. In their eyes, a boy who knew how to behave. Oh, lotus. Third Grandpa Zhang's eyes lit at the smell. Heavens, this wants a tobacco coupon for a pack, doesn't it? The others who'd had no part in the talk crowded round. This beat rolled tobacco. More than a coupon, money too. The child's come into money, to buy this. Said low, wondering. The boy sharing such a thing was truly mannerly, but not just anyone could afford it. Zhao Liqing spoke up for me readily. Remember the town trip? Xiao Hao came along. Good lad. Helped up an old man who'd fallen, and the old man gave him cigarettes. Xiao Hao passed me one then. It stopped every mouth. A faultless reason, a good deed for an old man, a city smoker thanking him with what he had. They lit up off each other's matches, pipes set aside, savoring every draw. Half a life and my first taste of good tobacco, worth it. City cigarettes are different. Good child, does good and knows his manners. A mouth that's smoked another's and a hand that's taken praise the giver. They sang me up. Zhao Liqing liked me too. By my grip he knew I wasn't a smoker, and the one I'd given him before had been dearer than lotus. Uncle, you've a whetstone? I lifted off the basket with the cloth-wrapped knives. Have, have. Mine's nearest. I'll sharpen them, seventh Grandpa Shun said, snatching the basket before Zhao Liqing could answer and hurrying home for the stone. No, no. Let me. I'm young and strong, I said, beating him to the stone. I'd come for the stone as a way into other questions, not to have an old man sharpen my blades. He gave way and let me at it, and the old man left the locust shade to stand outside his house watching. The boy's strong, all right. My son said old Show himself took him on. Remember I told you my boy went bear hunting too? Saved by this lad, they say. Show only taught him a little. The boy can shoot fierce. Old Zhang put in a good word. Neighbor to old Su. He saw all the Su family did, and his wife had said only yesterday what a heartless lot they were, cursing the child to be wolf food when he had more ability than any of them. A credit to our village, taken on by old Show, that's no small thing. They all knew Show for a warden. One leg gone, 5 years off the mountain, but able, his catch feeding his house, 2 soldier sons besides, enviable. What's old Su thinking? Oldly sighed deep. Sharpened, I wrapped the edges again lest they cut someone. Uncle Zhao, going to town tomorrow? He stubbed his cigarette out, pleased. Going. Early, to fetch a work order. Want some rare thing? Come along in the morning. Just what I'd waited for. I thanked him and gave the old men a cigarette each. 2 of mine taken now. They couldn't sit still. I'd like to ask the grandfathers about homesteads. Homesteads. That woke the men who'd once headed households. They tucked the last lotus away, behind an ear, into a pocket. You mean apply for a new one? Third Grandpa Zhang asked, and regretted it. Of course the boy did. For a village man it's not hard to apply, but to build on it, labor and materials, runs several hundred. Zhao Liqing remembered a man he'd carried last year who'd got a plot and couldn't build. Old fellow by the village mouth got his approved and still couldn't put it up. Do it yourself, or have kin in the trade, and you save a little. Not much. These days who finds timber, who finds brick easy, another denied. They didn't even say the deeper part. Getting a plot approved meant pulling strings, slipping red packets. These days, simply eating one's fill was doing well. The money took 3 or 4 sons married first to scrape together, and many still lived in crumbling, earth-walled houses. A few years back, lean years, people gnawed bark, ate to a tiny room. I took it in quietly. Too young, too simple, thinking in byland, by-house terms. Not realistic, and swaggering about it would only earn me a capitalist's hat. Zhao Liqing, thinking the reality had crushed me, offered. Take an uncle's word. Forget applying. If you're in a hurry, take over someone's by transfer. Third Grandpa Zhang agreed. Right, someone's selling up. Take it over, skip all the bother. Say a man with the means moves to the city and wants to sell his house. Take over the homestead, and it's yours. Like a later-day second-hand sale, much the same. Xiaohao, no offense, but what you've been doing lately is near enough what the old warden did. Weren't you so young I'd back you for warden outright? A few years on, a wife, a few children, no worry. Man to man, that. The others nodded. Right, a few years and the lad can marry. We're waiting to drink your wedding wine. The shade rang with laughter, and one old man slapped his thigh. I've a grandniece in the next village, your age, a real beauty. You two should meet. He's only a boy, thin-skinned, don't tease. No matter, a few years and he'll be a man. The turn the talk took went bawdier, and I found an excuse and gathered my things and left, the topic changing only once I was out of sight. Third Grandpa Zhang sobered. He knew that with old Shou's blessing and that gun, the boy taking the warden's seat was nailed down, though he hadn't said it plain. Once it came out the boy could truly be a household's pillar, and the Su family would never let him be. While I was out after the whetstone, my mother sat a good while at Tianjie's, coaxing her at last to take the hare, then left the 2 children there and went alone to the brigade secretaries. The secretary wasn't a Su but a Chi Baoman, on good terms with the village head but a man who did business by the book. He'd arranged the educated youth's placements years back, so he remembered her. Hearing her purpose, he was troubled. The land's long parceled out, nothing spare, no extra work, and you're a lettered educated youth. Helping your husband farm is one thing. Farming yourself isn't fitting. And your health, it won't do. He'd help if he could, but had the villagers' eyes to mind. A woman whose husband had split her skull twice, The first time only stopped because an official saw. As secretary, he could only turn a blind eye so long as no one died. She thought of how, unwell, she'd been unable to do her part, and now, well, couldn't leave the whole weight on her son. But I'm divorcing Su Xiangwen. I don't fear hard work. Watch for anything unassigned or anything others can't do. He sighed, on the point of saying a woman shouldn't divorce, then slapped his thigh. How did I forget? And dug a sheaf of crumpled papers from under his lamp. The commune handed down a literacy drive, every village to run a night school. Ours has dragged, and your son's done the village real service twice. And you're a lettered, educated youth, steady. Your 3 children are village children too, and those 2 affairs have given you sway with the villagers. Educated youth had grown scarce, sent elsewhere in the lean years. A literacy teacher needed letters, learning, a bookish air, and a local was better still. She wavered, knowing it a once-in-a-life chance, far better than the fields. But she'd not held a pen in a dozen years. Would the children accept her as the village's literacy teacher? No more The work points count as full labor, near enough to field work, and village children learning their letters beats anything. Had it been anyone else he mightn't have offered. He gave it for the warden boy's sake, and to give the child face. She faced facts and agreed. All right, I'll do it. Thank you, Secretary Chi. A teacher. Then, sign-ups start tomorrow. The opera stage ground becomes a classroom. Come over tomorrow night. You've 3 children? Bring them, teach them along. She thought it good for all 3 to read. She, a lettered woman, had taught them only their own names before the housework and farming buried her. Literacy drives meant the college exam might reopen soon, and if so, the children studying well was the surest way out. She went to fetch the children, heart high. Their life was climbing onto a better track. Knives on my back, heading up the mountain, I opened the route map out of habit and found a new question-marked zone, oddly marked red. But today's main work was tomorrow's task. Set the beast net and traps, build a snare, and I might still make the early ride to town. For the homestead, better to ask old Show. A warden would have the connections, would know who meant to sell. Mid-thought, a coarse shout scattered the birds. Hey kid, I turned, wary. Another person on this mountain? I'd come for last night's thicket on purpose. And someone had found this ground too? A hand poked out from the right path, and I held off until a middle-aged man wormed out, a brush knife on his shoulder. Kid, don't be scared. I'm no bad sort. He grinned, teeth black to rot. You've heard the mountain's safe these days, eh? Safe. I didn't mind the kid. But since when was this danger-thick mountain rumored safe? Sure, there's a new warden patrolling, young, made a real name lately. Hunts boar and bear, a dab hand. He came close, soaked through with sweat, middle-aged, not strong, and up the mountain anyway, pure death-seeking, against my body and the system's map. Where are you headed? Want some work? Call me Uncle Lin. Pass anywhere and see mountain goods. Tell your uncle, I'll pay 2 fun. He undid a band at his waist and drew out 2 black and white pictures. If you don't know what mountain goods are, look at these. My heart jolted at the pictures, my face unmoved. Uncle Lin Deshi, from a village hereabouts. Find what's on these pictures, and I'll give you 3 fin each. He sized me up, patches, a broken brush knife, a basket. A village child, surely thrilled at 2 fun for a tip. I said nothing. In this age, a man with black and white photographs was no ordinary villager, and amid the odd herbs printed there sat, dead center, 2 black and white artillery shells. The mountain goods held more than mountain goods. A thing to fool a child with, maybe. The key was that, having renewed my pack storage today, I had no gun on me. Shells, hidden on this mountain. Good mountain goods. Find them, and I'll be most grateful, he said, secreting the pictures back at his waist. My eyes slid away. This is worth more than 3 fun. Surely, the elders say mountain goods are precious. A caddy of white flowers worth 100 yuan, no less. 100 yuan. Lin Deshi's voice cracked. Small as the boy looked, the greed wasn't small. 100, when even 500 he might have blurted. Sure, you climb this heat to find it yourself, and 3 fun to cheat a child? My uncles know this mountain. We find mountain goods. We'll sell them in town for a good price. I deliberately said nothing of the pictures, harping on selling in town, as though I'd round up more elders to come hunt. The mountain's vast. How could he just find it at will? Could it be? Did this man have a system too? No. A system would give him a clear picture, not this black and white. I showed no doubt and made as if to head down the mountain. Wait. Lin Deshi forced a smile. 100, fine, but only once you've found it. My brow rose. Now I was 100% sure something was wrong with him. A spy? 100 yuan. And as he ducked his head, gritting his teeth as if he'd kill me on the spot. No normal man. How do I know you're not cheating a kid? His teeth near cracked with rage. He'd come up only after learning the man-eaters were hunted out to find the key thing himself and met an insatiable brat. Had he gauged his moment wrong all these years? What do you want then? 10 yuan up front, and I'll help you look. I played the greediest child alive. Where would I have money? Finding mountain goods is how I'd get money, he said, his left hand drifting to his waist. But he'd met a man who'd killed beasts. Their killing intent was sharper than his. I marked the bulge at his waist. With my strength and a gun I could turn the kill, but this one I had to take alive, not kill. When I snuck up after pheasants once, I think I saw that mountain good. Green, roundish. His pupils shrank. His left hand left his waist. Remember where? Take me there. Flooded with joy, because the photo was colorless. Only someone who'd truly seen the thing could know its color. Just what I'd waited for. 10 yuan deposit first. He couldn't bear to. No money yet, and already paying out. Where would Uncle Lin have money now? Walk me part way, and when we see it I'll pay you at home. His face earnest and sorrowful. A face to soften a real child for an elder. Not me. I ignored him and shouldered the basket downhill. Forget it. No money. No going. Look on your own. Seeing I truly meant to leave, not act, he couldn't let the key tip walk off. Look at my memory, he muttered, patting his head, and pulled off a cloth shoe and shook out a crumpled, reeking 10 yuan note onto the ground. Money in a shoe sole, fine. And just then I saw his big toe set apart from the second, a callus worn between them on the inner side. No one in the country wore that kind of shoe. It would be years yet. 10 yuan, he said, loath to part with it, hating that a word from a brat had taken what he'd scraped over years of selling tips. He'd put a bullet in this little wretch once he'd found the thing. Taking the note, I felt his choked hostility, wrapped it in the same cloth from the knife, and tucked it at my waist, and stepped past him. Keep up. He pulled his shoe back on and trailed me, dreading to fall a step behind and lose the mountain good. I went by the map without one look back, choosing the steepest paths and the most exhausting circling routes, seeming to go forward while only turning in place. His grit was decent. Each time I outdistanced him, he forced himself to catch up. I walked on bright and untired, treading the leaves and seizing my chances to set the beast traps, each return shifting one a little until it was buried out of sight in leaf fall. He gasped and wiped sweat, legs shaking, near tumbling down the slope, hot as a dog, plainly. How much longer? Don't fool me. I turned, a look of contempt on my child's face that stripped him of an elder's last dignity. The mountain's huge. You don't get there in a few steps. I walk ahead of you and walk more, and you're so much older and done in after 2 steps. His face couldn't hold it, called useless by a brat. You took my money. You guide me. My mouth bent up a second. Fine. Fine. You paid. You're the boss. You go ahead, Uncle Lin. I'll wait behind. That suit you? How would I know the way? Straight on, straight, all right. Not hiding my scorn. Don't go a few steps and cry tired again. I won't wait. Goaded near to bursting. A grown man nagged useless by a brat all the way. No man can bear that. He choked back the urge to draw and ran ahead, set to stay in front so I couldn't shake him. This time he passed me and pressed eagerly forward 1 step. Click. Ag. A scream tore the whole forest. Lin Deshi writhed on the ground, clutching his ankle. An old beast trap clamped fast through the flesh, its sharp teeth biting bone deep. Why's there a trap here? Spent. Thirsty. Hurting. Despairing. It's a mountain. Danger everywhere. A trap's no surprise. I explained. Kind. Ambling up. He near vomited blood. You're scheming against me? My whole face said I can't believe you'd say that. Uncle Lin, you're the one who told me to walk faster guiding you. You're the one too tired, who made me point the way. You walking ahead of me. Was I to know there was a trap ahead? The whole mountain's vast. The whole village couldn't find a spot at once. You think I've got a map of this mountain to run about on? Which was exactly true, but I glanced at the trap and hid a smile. Grandpa Zhang's traps were something, the old generation's handy weapons. That bone was likely locked dead. All my circling had been to find the moment to bury the trap. Then get this trap off me. Me? I'm just a kid. I played the child to the hilt. Get it off? I'll give you another 5 yuan. I pretended the 5 swayed me, gripped the trap and hauled till my veins stood out. Opened a sliver, his joy flared, and at 3 seconds, click, the trap snapped shut again. F. A middle-aged man, twice that, weeping. I feigned panic, let go, and toppled back, knocking his waistcloth so a corner showed, confirming the pistol. I'd not misjudged. I made an anxious show of looking round, sweat on my brow from the effort. Maybe I should fetch someone to save you? They say the new warden patrols. He's hunted bear, stronger than me. See if I can find him. Limp, hurting, thirsty, hoarse, he pinned his hope on another child. Yes, quick, go. Not knowing what I wanted was that pistol at his waist. Best of all, a chance to draw beasts over and spend his rounds. My acting held. Had he seen through it, the gun would have come out. Right, I'll go look. I dashed left and right to lower his guard, and once out of his sight, made easy for the hare den. I'd real work to do, no time to waste. By dusk, I'd cleared the hare den traps and the river net once. The upgraded traps were a different thing, full, stored to the pack. With everything for tomorrow gathered, only a big boar was wanting. A boar both to trade and to put to use, to empty Lin Deshi's gun. I'd thought to go down and tell someone, then come back for him. But why the extra trouble? Just drag the man to the authorities. I went back toward the thicket. With a boar there before and blood smell, beasts would surely have been drawn. Now my performance. Full dark over the mountain, cold wind, cicadas, the moan of the canopy gnawing at Lin Deshi's nerve. His first night left on the mountain, he'd heard the man-eaters of the dark, never dared night hunt. And only after the bear was killed and the near-deaths kept men off had he picked his moment. He regretted it bitterly now, unable even to wrestle the trap, owls hooting, the brush rustling like thunder at his ear. He tried to drag toward a tree to lie back, but every move sent the pain up from the bone. He hadn't the strength. He'd come up fine, even found someone who'd seen the mountain good, who'd been luckier than he. And now? He peered into the black, more uneasy, staring the way I'd gone. Why isn't he back? But for the pistol, he'd not even have lain there. Pat, 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 pat. He looked round. Nothing near, running feet, bleeding too much, hearing things. He told himself so, but the sound came nearer, with heavy panting and snapping branches. He whipped his head round, eyes slits, and as a hulking beast smashed open the very tree he'd meant to lean on, his heart near leapt from his chest. A boar? Eyes blood red, tusks cold in the dark, charging straight at him. No mistake, his heart went to ash. Hadn't they caught 2 pigs before? Why was the mountain still so deadly? A whole day and no beast. And the moment night fell, one smelled his bad luck. Then he saw a young man up front, racing as if leading the thing, coughing, crying for help before the boar, the very one meant to fetch his rescue. Me. He'd waited half a day for rescue and got a boar. He struggled to crawl off, but a whole day hadn't freed him from the trap, let alone these few seconds. The searing pain left him no strength. Watching the beast close, he cursed my unreliability and reached, trembling, for the gun. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots, wild, raking the front, heedless that I'd been running foremost. Click, 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 the magazine empty. He opened one eye. A boar sprawled, twitching, not yet dead but soon. He let out a hard breath, and didn't see the me who should have been ahead of it taking a bullet. Where'd the little wretch go? Wishing all 5 had hit me. Here, behind him. Crack. I'd already circled round, and brought a big rock down on the back of his head. He grunted and crumpled into the dark. I tossed the rock, took out the flashlight, crouched, searched him head to foot. No second gun in the cloth, and took the pistol, magazine empty, the 5 shots counted. I didn't know its capacity, but empty meant he couldn't rise. Then I drew the double barrel and put one in the still twitching boar's skull. Hours of hunting and earning its hatred not wasted. The boar had chased me to the death. I dug the rounds out, touched it, and the big boar vanished into the pack. I holstered the gun and, without a word, dragged Lin Deshi by his bleeding head down the path, the trap on his ankle clanking, and by the map went down, not home, but straight to Grandpa Zhang's door. I'd seen the family portraits, the sons all soldiers. With no experience in this, I'd no idea who to hand him to, so I'd haul him there. He wouldn't wake anyway. Moonlight lit every mountain path like lamps. I looked at him, sand scraped raw all over from the dragging, the trap still clamped, the whole leg gone purple, maybe past saving. Off, surely. I put a finger to his nose, still breathing, and was satisfied. All that effort wasn't to kill him outright, or I'd have shot him and saved myself the trouble. Bang bang on the door woke old Shou as he settled to sleep. He kicked over his chamber pot in fright. Who is it this hour? Granny, you just lain down. I'll see, sleep on. He lit the lamp and shuffled out, grumbling. And the moment he opened the door, my white grin wiped his grievance away. Xiaohao, what brings you? Something on the mountain. I pointed to the man on the ground. Grandpa Zhang. I ran into an enemy agent. He brought the lamp close, a man bleeding from the head, his own gift of a trap on the ankle. Blood didn't frighten an old hand, but an enemy agent cold, killing intent flared in his eyes. Child, you found something? No doubting me. The boy wouldn't say it so flat without reason. I handed over what I'd found on Lin Deshi, the black and white photo. He said he was after mountain goods, but these two things in the middle were wrong. And that's when I noticed the pistol at his waist and gave him the emptied gun. At the two things, his low voice went hard as iron. Come, to the village head. An enemy agent's a grave matter. It must be reported. So old Shou went first to the next village's head nearby, me along, dragging Lin Deshi too. Within the hour, the next village head had the news, roused several militia, and sent word to Su Hangin of what had happened on the mountain. At his door, a knot of men checked Lin Deshi for more weapons. Good lad, he's still alive. Wang Daliang, the next village head, had run out in a coarse jacket, not expecting so great a surprise from this boy. Still breathing. Just a rock to the back of the head. He won't die that fast, I said, a little hero now in every eye, an honest, sharp-eyed child. None wondering how I knew the black and white photo, since by my account the man had simply fussed over two things in it that didn't look like mountain goods. The militia chief, old Jiang, ran his hand over the gun, drawing breath. My, this looks new. A fine gun. No such gun belongs in our village. A soldier of some years, he knew it for no ordinary piece. This wants reporting up. And look, he's wearing a wrap cloth in his trousers. I've seen that before, the way those devils like their men to bind. Reported at once, Wang Daliang said, and kicked Lin Deshi. Whatever the man was, the photo and the pistol made him a danger. If he proved a real enemy, death was too cheap. Old Shou advised, while it's reported, best no word leaks. Put him in the cellar before dawn. Old Jiang, find someone to bind him roughly and keep him alive, and we'll act as if nothing happened until they send people down. Wang Daliang weighed it and agreed. The thing touched too much. Wait till it was certain. All of you mind. Anyone who breathes a word gets punished as sabotage of production. I watched the militia haul the wounded man to the nearest cellar mouth. This couldn't be noised about. Though the man was plainly suspect, the photo had to be confirmed, and once reported, the higher-ups would arrange everything. The more precious the thing, the harder it must be sought. Child, you say nothing of this to anyone either. Old Shou turned to me. Kindly now, a different man from the one with murder in his eyes. Don't worry, I'll head home. I glanced at the sky. Near dawn already, and the time with the Ding family come. I had to arrive early, since no one alone could swagger 3 boars into a town black market. And a clean deal wanted everything readied first, no handle left for anyone to grip. Go, careful on the way. Wang Daliang, watching me leave, struck by the new warden's nerve though he'd just met me. Good child. Able, and not spoiled by it. Old Shou straightened, his calloused hand rising of habit for a smoke before he remembered he'd rushed out without it. Xiaohao's a good one. Else he couldn't carry the warden's work, he said, not modest, taking the praise on my behalf. The boy he'd picked, every compliment like praise of his own child. And the boy might have caught an enemy agent. He'd ask his soldier son what reward Xiaohao would get if it was confirmed. Sky still gray. I stood by the village mouth steel before the work gong had even sounded. Put, the tractor, and Uncle Zhao through the dark trailing smoke. Uncle Zhao, I waved from the steel. Xiao Hao? Here before light. No one else needed town today, the others having gone days back. He'd thought to wait for me and found me earlier than himself. Didn't expect you so early either. I drew out my last 2 lotus. Uncle, have one. He smacked his lips. He did miss that tobacco, but waved it off. No, finish those 2 yourself. I've my rolled stuff. 2 of mine already. More would be rude. I didn't mind, climbed up and set the pack on him. I'm young, I don't smoke. You just woke, this'll pick you up. You have them. This, he thought, and took it. Smoke catches the throat, and the boy had given his lotus all away without one for himself. Take it, uncle, shall we go? He pocketed the pack, lit one, and the draw carried his tiredness off. Off we go, just the 2 of us, before light, far better than the last crush. The familiar mountain road fell away behind. I wondered whether Ding would come early. Few owned a clock, and watches wanted coupons and a wage to keep, so an exact time was impossible, which was just what made the trade so awkward. But a man who'd risen to purchasing section chief and paid a deposit was sharper and warier than I. Time wouldn't be the worry. Best just to reach a safe spot and let the boars and river catch out of the pack. The light grew, and I noticed a black cloth tied over the tractor bed, the kind to drape over the grain levee, this time unneeded and not undone. Near town, Uncle Zhao went pale and clutched his belly, sweating. Uncle, what's wrong? His stomach gurgled. Xiao Hao, I can't hold it, my belly. I've got to go. Just as we neared town, no mountain or copse about to duck into. Where can you manage? I handed him the cloth off the seat. At such a time you trust no fart. I knew the feeling. You'd better drive. Stop at the usual place, he said, fighting the churning, trembling at the wheel. He had to hold it, never to lose face before a junior. I'd more or less learned the steps. All right, hold on. I'll get us there. I jumped down and took the driver's seat. He braced to coach me, and the tractor's steady put startled him. I drove so practiced. Xiao Hao, you can drive? Watched you do it, remembered. Every man dreams of driving, tractor or no, the steps in mind and the wheel held. It came easy. The familiar department store and co-op confirmed town. He'd held out this far. Xiao Hao, you. Puffed. Before he finished, his face changed. I, who'd had a bad gut, could guess he'd trusted a fart. Take the crank, uncle. I might be a while. Mortified. Never again the sour soup before setting out. Easier now, but the warmth at his backside told him he'd bet wrong. Middle-aged, before a junior, and still he forced a calm face, holding his belly, the loosened gut sounding off. Trust the first fart, and the rest won't be held. If you finish your business, wait for me here, he said, and hurried off at a strange gait, racing himself, grateful the early town was empty. I looked at the empty tractor bed under its black cloth. Perfect. No need to hunt a spot for the 3 boars. I turned the corner easy to the black market lane. Busier than last time for the early hour. Faces masked, calls bolder than by day. An old man crouched at a wall with fresh catch on the ground. At the appointed lane, Ding Maogong and Ding Yuejin were already waiting. The narrow lane wasn't the market's trading ground. Seeing me, Ding tore off his headcloth and came up. Young brother. The sun uncovered too, glancing about for a 4th man and finding none. Even Ding, sure I'd deliver, was briefly puzzled, then let it go. I saw no one behind them. Mr. Ding, the boar's ready, just waiting for you to come fetch it. Only, how do you mean to move it unnoticed? Delighted, he beamed. His eye for a man hadn't failed. Sharp of you, careful. Come, I've rented a courtyard outside the town mouth. A vehicle drove in last night. Just bring the thing over. I waved the crank. Then let's go together. My earlier worry had been premature. A purchasing chief would have readied the pickup. I led them to the tractor. The son, watching me drive so practiced, finally saw why his father trusted this young man. I drove into the courtyard, half blocking the gate so only one person could pass, then jumped to the back and, hands tight to the wooden frame under the black cloth, drew out the 2 big boars and some river catch. In seconds the empty bed held 2 boars and fish and shrimp. When I flung the cloth back, both Dings stared, the son thinking his eyes deceived him. At the town mouth the bed hadn't looked so full, and now 2 boars near tipping the tractor over. Had they known my thought, it nearly had tipped. I'd pressed the front down quick to stop it rearing back. Ding, who knew men and deeds, granted me my nerve. The boy said 1 boar and laid out 2. New disguise. 1 slip of a corner showing, and he'd have been robbed or reported for speculation. And these boars weren't caught by luck. He must hunt easy. Good lad. True to your word. Ding laughed, the 2 boars away to show his standing back home. But he looked at them, troubled. We borrowed the vehicle quietly today, brought no strong laborer. The son eyed his thin arms. A boar could crush him. No matter, I'll do it. I gripped 1 boar to lift. Then, mindful not to seem too easy, feigned gritted teeth and a red face, veins up, and swung it onto the bed of their vehicle with a heavy crash. No weighing needed to see the mass. Ding reckoned the price. He'd thought 1 boar unlikely and meant to bargain down. Give me the other boar too. I'd foreseen a wedding wanting a second. 2 boars is a different price. Price can be discussed. Give me both and you save the trouble of finding a hauler. A young man who could take 2 boars truly had ability. Ding was satisfied. 1 would have kept the promise, let alone 2. He drew all his money out. Young brother, count the balance. 300 yuan plus 10 industrial coupons. I reckoned it. At a loss, really, for 2 big boars that would feed a wedding feast for days. Seeing me pause, he added, few in the whole market can lay out 300. The 10 industrial coupons are good nationwide. Brother Ding, at the going rate this won't buy 2 boars, I said, pocketing the money to the pack store. He paled, drew out a carton of dakiamin and offered it. Brother, the 300 clean me out. More I can't do. I didn't take the cigarettes but went to drag a whole boar back. Uncle, I believe you trusted me with the deposit. Take the 1 for 200, the river catch is yours, the second boar I'll take back. The son moved to stop me. It's loaded already, all this hauling. No trouble. I know you're a frank man. This boar's over your budget. Call it making a friend. The river catch is yours too. And I pulled the boar's hind leg to load it back. The motion fluid. No joke, no bargaining. Wait. Ding searched my face for something and found nothing. So steady a young man, with a force about him, was rare, useful again and again, and even the moneyed couldn't always eat such boar. Good things come in pairs. That was why, seeing 2 on the tractor, he'd wanted both. He lit a cigarette. You choose to be my friend, I'll have you as 1. The 300 stands. I'll add 100 caddies of grain coupons and 10 industrial coupons. Only I don't have it on me now. If you'll trust me, 5 days on, after my son's feast, I'll make up the 100 caddies and 10 coupons. My brow rose. On credit. Yes. Come find me at the mill after the feast, and I'll add 5 meat coupons besides, leaving the choice to me. First meeting, he'd shown his trust, named his post, paid a deposit to a stranger. I didn't mind. The second boar had been bait to land him anyway, and a wedding doubled the luck. All right. I trust you, Brother Ding, I said, flinging the cloth back over. May your son and his bride be joined in joy and blessed with an early child. Thank you for the kind words. He drew out a ready wedding invitation, gilt sheet grand on it. Day after tomorrow we feast in town, 5 days on at the old home. You must come to the town one. I took it, surprised he'd readied it before even seeing the boar. Real trust, since no boar meant no feast in time. Thank you, Brother Ding, I'll come. He clapped my shoulder warmly. Good things later, come straight to me. Plenty of chances to work together. My meat was far better than the market's. Boar so fresh it looked just killed. With a meat coupon, the higher sort would have taken it first. The textile mill's clients would prefer my goods hereafter. Surely, Brother Ding, I'll be off. I cranked the engine, drove out, the son shutting the bed door quick, and turned to find his father still stroking the boar's legs, plainly delighted. 2 big boars for 2 feasts, face enough to satisfy him. Dad, who is that boy? The son asked, baffled. Drives a tractor, knows how to please you. 300 for 2 boars not enough? And you not angry but talking on. Never your way as a purchasing chief. By that strength, swinging a boar, likely a young hunter, Ding said, recalling it. The boy had strained, but needed no help, which meant he probably hunted easy. No worry of old meat or sticky fingers. Back at the spot, I jumped down and checked the wooden frame. No stain, No boar's blood. The pack store was a fine thing, letting me draw the boars out only as I rounded the back under the cloth. No time lost hunting a place. I opened the pack. Still 5 hares, 3 carp, 6 crabs, for shrimp, 1 boar cub, and 1 big boar. I'd let out only 2 boars not just for the luck of pairs, but because 3 at once would turn trust to wariness. Uncle Zhao, changed and still drained but better, came over. Xiaohao, I'll fetch the order at the farm machinery station. We head back before noon. I glanced at the sky. Near enough. All right, Uncle, I'll see to things. Once he took the crank, I left the town mouth. Glad I'd timed the ding deal to his trouble. Every factor right. No risk of hunting a spot. Now the old route. I bagged the dead boar cub and a hare in a ready sack and entered the market mast, everyone wary by day. In an out-of-the-way corner, I set the sack down. Slap. A hand at my shoulder, and the young man from the first deal. It's you, I remember. He'd run many lanes to find me. Looked for you so hard these days. Ji Guangping. His pregnant wife's morning sickness had eased after the fish and hare, her temper gentled. But fish were hard to come by, and the same dishes since hadn't sat well with her, sleepless and off her food with the child coming. He'd come with money and coupons day after day and not found me, and at last had. Maybe because these are mountain goods? Mountain goods? No wonder. Better still, he said, realizing why his other buys hadn't suited. Got mountain goods today? I opened the sack's mouth. A boar cub and hare. Heavens! A boar cub in the market, small and fat, surely with big boars guarding it, deadly to take. Brother, give me the cub, his voice cracking. It's a rare thing. Brother, same rule, money and coupons talk, I said low. A middle-aged man in coarse homespun pushed over, catching cub and boar. Mountain goods. Yes. Can I see? Lu Dawang was struck speechless at the sack, boar cub. Ji Guangping pulled the sack toward himself. Brother, I'll have the cub. Name your coupons. And drew an oil paper packet of neat meat, grain, money coupons. Just the cub, a pork soup for my wife, some cracklings. Lu Dawang wanted in, but knew his coupons fell short. A hare maybe, pork no. How's the pig sold? I reckoned, unsure of a cub's price. 15 yuan and 4 meat coupons. Lu gave it up at once. Too dear. G hesitated too. Last time fish and hare went for 12 plus an industrial coupon. A little cheaper? That's the price. Feel it, still soft, not stiff. It's cheap at that. The pack's gift. Prey kept fresh, a moving icebox. The cub, dead of blood loss, still looked just killed. Why the color hadn't dulled. Both men felt the softness. True. A mountain good you couldn't beg for. Seeing the middle-aged man waver toward it, G gritted his teeth and drew out 15 yuan and 4 meat coupons. Done. He bagged it, eased of the pinch by the thought of nourishing the child, and clapped my shoulder. When are you back? 3 days. Haven't decided. He wanted to tell me where he lived, but couldn't risk the mixed market. I'll take a hare, Lu Dawang said, having eyed the fat one. This? 4 yuan. He balked. 4 yuan was a month's keep. Not worth it for a little hare meat. G felt the same, sparing meat once in 2 or 3 days, but for the child. A middle-aged woman who'd been circling came over, eyeing the sack. Young man, that meat? Yes. She spotted the hare ears. Wild hare? No coupon. 4 yuan each. The whole sack. 5 of them. For 16. Overjoyed. You know how to do business. I'll take the whole sack. A compound dweller. 5 for the price of 4, who wouldn't? Town was meat-starved. The co-op's queues hopeless and the meat off when you got it. I tipped it into her sack. She left reluctant. Next time you come, wait for me. I've friends who can't get meat. Lou, who dithered over price half a morning, had it bought out from under him. I packed up and left. Today's people gave me a thought. Building regulars, like later food delivery, trust first, and the trade grows. I'd over 300 yuan now, a proper 100 yuan note rich man, no small haul. I wound back to the coupon sellers near the entrance. To the one I'd dealt with before. 7 feet of cloth coupon left? The farmer cap man knew the voice, the boy who hadn't bargained. Sure, got everything but industrial today, even 2 tobacco coupons. 7 feet of cloth, 4.9, yes? I held out 5 yuan. He didn't take it. No, it's 7 yuan now, 2 more. My money drew back. Brother, A few days ago, it was 7 mao a foot. Now cloth's dearer than meat. A yuan a foot? Take me for a fool? No way cloths jumped that much. A yuan a foot is sky high. Were it true, this place would have blown up by now, not gone half a day quiet. You're quoting me alone that. He recovered, recollecting the coupons. Cloth's tight. The co-op's always out. Don't want it. Others will. The full sales patter. I'd heard such lines echo across eras. Deal honestly, or I'll ask elsewhere. And I turned to go. No hesitation, and he came after me sweet. It's negotiable, young brother. Only a few of us sell coupons here. Others won't be cheaper. Flat. No feeling. 7 mao a foot. I don't care if you made too much or too little before. 7 mao, and I'll come back. Fine, 7 mao. 7 feet, for yuan 9. I'll take the 2 tobacco coupons too. How much? I need cigarettes for getting news. 5 mao each, a yuan for both. Done, I pocketed it. I went to the co-op, busy and loud today, the coupon check corner in uproar. Meat coupons right here, and no meat again so early? Days back you said none. Can't be every house affords meat. About the meat shortage, and I thought of the dings, deciding on 2 boars without a blink. What's the noise? The coupon-checking woman snapped, slapping the table. It's not our call. We follow the level's assignments. More fuss, and you're out. Cowed. The aunties grumbled, but quieted. Co-op staff rarely quit, and you needed their good face to buy anything. I went to Housewares. Sister, how's this aluminum pot? Pointing to a mid-sized one. A woman near 40 looked me over. Unlike the department store clerk, 7 yuan, 2 industrial coupons. 1. Coupons and money first. The sweet tongue didn't work here. I laid out 2 industrial coupons and 7 yuan. That one. She hadn't expected the coupons of me, and set the pot down. 2 kerosene lamps too. 3 yuan each, 2 industrial coupons. I counted out 6 yuan and 4 coupons without a flinch. Her suspicion grew. Patched all over and so many industrial coupons? She felt the notes and coupons all over, genuine. Only because I bought household necessities did she not report me as a thief. I put the lamps in the pot, into the sack, 297.1 yuan, for industrial coupons, for meat coupons left. Cloth coupons in hand, I went to the department store's ready-made clothes. Racks of plain era-cut garments. The better cloth beyond most, who sewed their own at home. I'd come for autumn clothes, and a dark navy thick jacket caught me. Heavy cloth, no garish red flowers, a comfortable cut for an elder. Sister, how many cloth feet for this? The clerk paused, sizing up the patched teenager with a sack. 8 yuan, 6 feet of cloth at least. Wrong section, surely? It was women's wear. Right section, autumn's near, I want something warm for my mother. She came down the ladder, a filial child. I've coupons. Can you take down that one too? The handsome navy padded jacket up high. She fetched both. My 7 feet weren't enough. Child, your coupons fall short. I'll see about trading money for coupons. Her face shifted. Don't go there, child. That's speculation. She knew what I meant, but didn't say where. Then, can I make up the gap with money? Old folk had said you could, if the clerk agreed and you had the money, which a farm household rarely did. If it's allowed, after my mother's, I'd buy 1 each for my younger brother and sister too. She warmed the more, thinking of his mother and siblings, not himself. I can let you make up the difference, but only this once. Thank you so much. Tops for children, sister, one's 10, one's 7. She picked thick, larger sizes, children's cloth used less, not dear. There, bigger, so they'll last 2 or 3 years. 20 yuan for the 4. I drew 2 10 yuan notes and the 7 feet of cloth. Bagging them, she sighed over her own children. You're filial. If mine were half so sensible. I'm sure your children know how hard you've worked all your life. They've filial hearts, just not the means yet, I said, reading her. The sweet word lifted her. Here, child, you can put them all in the sack now. Thank you. She watched me go, sighing. The boy hadn't bought himself a thing. The money all gone on his mother and siblings. 20 yuan, no easy sum. Out of the store, I carried the sack in one hand and a gold-patterned thermos in the other, spotted on the way out. No thermos at home, and reheating water nightly at the stove a bother. Put. The tractor's roar fading at the slope foot. I stood with the bulging sack. Stepping down to share cigarettes, I realized I'd forgotten to buy any. I'd driven Uncle Zhao home, but for my heavy sack he'd have dropped me at the village head, where too many old men and just-off-work folk eating lunch would have eyed me fresh from town. Before the door, I stopped to load the pack's food into the sack. 10 chive pork buns, 7 caddies of rice in a bag at the bottom, for fried chicken cutlets, 2 pieces of small fried chicken. The system's short freshness window kept me from stuffing in more. Creak. Inside, the 2 little ones sat on the threshold in the heat, dabbing cool water. The pups sprawled belly up on the cold sill. Content. Big brother. They left the pup's paws and ran to me, thrilled at the fat sack. Good things always. Is Ma inside? Yes, she made bear meat. Eating inside. We just finished, Jiao Jiao said with a burp, braids swinging. Gushing, bare-chested, hugged my leg. I gathered lots of deadwood today, ate 2 pieces of bear meat. Inside, a bowl of bear meat soup and white porridge waited steaming, kept for me. Ma. I set the sack down and opened it. Seeing it fuller than last time, she knew it was the black market again. Eat first, no rush. She moved the porridge near the stool, and as I drew the things out, the familiar buns, rice, chicken-shaped meat, thermos, new aluminum pot, neatly wrapped clothes, she stood stunned, her preparation plainly too small. This? She couldn't have imagined it, even before the countryside. Caught some game, 7 caddies of rice here. I'll take it to the kitchen. I held the pot up. Ma, see if it's too small for the stove. She ran her fingers over the smooth, weighty, new pot. A good one. Unable to think how much game it took. She tried it in the kitchen while the children counted my haul. Brother, what's this? Gushing pointed at the fried chicken, golden and crisp, drawn in though full. And this? Jiao Jiao at the warm cutlet, never seen before. I laughed. Fetch bowls, you can eat it. Gushing beat his sister to 2 bowls. I split a cutlet in 2, the crust cracking, their mouths already watering. Here. So good. So good. Jiao Jiao at 1 small bite. The meat and salt rush beating cracklings by far. She urged Gushing on, and he bit and was lost to it. Crumbs everywhere, finishing the whole piece though full. It's a chicken cutlet, save Ma one. They nodded. My mother came back. The pot fits. The old one can render cracklings. Better than the old, but the old was Tianjie's gift, with meaning. She tasted the cutlet, the flavor sealed in flour, strange and new, recalling town, disbelieving how food had changed. Try these 2 clothes, Ma. Autumn's near. The clerk said they're warm, see if they fit. She felt the soft, good navy cloth, seen once at a state restaurant before. How many cloth coupons did this take? I didn't answer, drawing out 2 oil paper packets. These are Jiao Jiao's and Xiaoxing's, 1 each. New clothes. They ran to wash the grease off their hands first, terrified to wet them, and undid the string to find thick warm tops, bouncing with joy. Gushing stroked his new clothes, marveling. Can we put them on now? Jiao Jiao tugged at my mother's hem. Behave. You smell of sweat. Try them after you bathe tonight, she said, folding them away. They looked at each other, disbelieving. They smelled? Want your new clothes stinking after one wear? She put it to them, and they frowned, crumpling, new clothes, and agreed to wait. She thought of the cloth she'd sewn by night these 2 days for the children, then looked at my patched old clothes. Xiaohao, you. No new clothes for me in the sack. She'd buy her too and we're old herself, this child. I was clearing the table for the buns and chicken. Ma, I need no new clothes for the mountain. The old ones do, swapped about. When things are better, we'll buy more. I didn't care. New clothes were no use hunting, snagged and patched anyway. A good life beat all. Silly child, she said, not agreeing. I slapped the gold-patterned thermos, ringing. Ma, look, a hot drink at night made easy and warm into the autumn. She took it, the cool body unreal in her hands. Xiaohao, there's something I must tell you. In the kitchen, not hearing, I drew everything from the pack store back into place. Basket, brush knife, old gun. Done renewing storage for now. The children carried the buns in, stacking them in clean bowls. Brother, how's there all this? Jiao Jiao cried at fish, shrimp and crabs swimming in the pail. No water drips in the sack before. Big brother caught them. Fish soup tonight. They shook their heads in unison. Ma said she's taking us to read at the new classroom by the opera stage tonight. Me and sister both. I was lost. When had the abandoned stage become a classroom? Literacy schemes meant the college exam might reopen soon, and the children studying well was the surest road out. Ma told you. Yes. I went in. Ma, when did our village get a classroom? She sat me down. I was just about to tell you. My health's better, so I thought to find work. The brigade secretary says we're starting a literacy school. You're the warden. I'm a lettered educated youth, so I can be the literacy teacher. The work points are near a field hands, and I'll bring Jiao Jiao and Xiaoxing each night. If you want to learn, come too. I didn't need to, but I was glad. Wonderful. You're lettered, an educated youth with 3 village children. Teaching beats farming. That the warden's standing had helped her to the post was good news. I could keep the whole family, but didn't want her grinding herself on hard labor. She breathed easier. The post had come mainly because I'd become warden, and she'd been taught since the news. Then I drew out the money and coupons and laid them on the table. Her eyes flew wide. She stood frozen. Now I saw why the children's stunned faces looked so familiar, struck from her very mold. How much is this? I reckoned. Buys made. The thermos 2 coupons and 6 yuan extra at the door. About 291.1 yuan left, 2 industrial coupons for meat coupons. Her voice trembled. What did you sell? Caught a boar. Happened to know a man holding a wedding. They even gave me the invitation, and I drew out the gilt invite I'd near forgotten in my clothes. With it her wonder turned to one thought. Heaven gives us food to eat. That sheaf was a year's easy living for a city family, several years in the country. And the invitation real, the boar truly caught, and a man who could lay out so much for a feast no ordinary figure. With her own 6.5 it came to 297.6, near 300, plus the meat coupons and the grain coupons at home, unspent, and a whole sack of rice carried in. Without noticing it, they'd reached a comfortable life. I was glad I hadn't mentioned that the dings still owed me coupons. I want to talk something over with you. Go on, she said, finding her voice. Let's use this money. All of it. She thought of the land I'd always spoken of, but you couldn't just buy it. Every village's land was collective, and money for it was near to being reported. Autumn's near, the rains, and this hut is only Aunt Jie's lent place. I mean to take over a homestead. Ask in our village or the next who's selling, or in town. We can buy it over. It had been my fixation since the memories returned, and my mother's, weeping at night. The chance to do it filled me with joy and pride and gratitude. For my life kept rising only because the survival system had helped me. Perhaps that was the meaning of its name. Nothing in the world matters more than to survive. Once it's settled, the money showing will draw red eyes. We'll say it's borrowed from your maiden family. Then no one will suspect. Good thinking, to head off the troublemakers. But at maiden family she stiffened, a flicker of pain crossing her. She'd never spoken of her to the children, cut off all ties before the countryside. Even just borrowing the name. Ma, I waved a hand before her. All right, we'll say it's borrowed from my family. She agreed at last. Only a name, and living well with her children was what was real. Until it's settled, we breathe a word to no one. She knew. A thing is done by secrecy. When you've spare time, ask Aunt Jia if she knows of anyone selling a house. Then I made to eat the bear meat and rest, the money left out. I'll keep the coupons. You're a grown man of this house. You take the money. She pocketed the coupons. Once the homestead settled, you should be matched, too. Time flew. The small child, now a grown man, shielding her from the wind and rain. She was so grateful her son had given her the will to flee that life. Keep the money. Hide it somewhere. I'd only lose track of it. It wasn't that I couldn't keep it safe, but the money meant a different thing to her than to me. Security, as money always is. All right, I'll hide it well. Finish your meat and sleep. She didn't refuse. A child might be careless. I took up the chopsticks and bit the soft, springy bear meat, its richness sinking to the stomach, the porridge softening the tough skin to flavor. The 2 pups, smelling my relish, whirled their tails against my feet, and the children swept in to carry them off. Fed full, I lay on the kong to sleep, the night long waking too much for any body, however strong. A full day and night's rest, and I woke to daylight through the hut's roof hole. The day after next was the wedding wine. I'd thought to rest one more day before going to town. But a guest came. Xiao Hao, something's happened, Old Show said at first sight, on his cane. I handed him a chive pork bun. Eat. A bun. He'd meant to speak, but the white flour fragrance caught even him. The boy had traded game for flour, and how was soft white flour more tempting than a steamed roll? He knew the matter mattered, not why he'd hurried over for a junior's bun, and sat on the little stone block instead. Remember the Lin Deshi we caught? I came and pressed a bun into his arms and bit one myself. That fellow, I remember. Reported up, and they questioned him through the night. He said, taking a bite at last, the pork and vegetable near dizzying him. I wasn't surprised. Such a thing must be questioned fast and right. An enemy agent? Confessed. An agent hiding down in the woods, here 3 or 4 years, and out he comes only to be nabbed by you, lad. More than satisfied with me. The young man he'd picked, fearless in the dark before such danger. At enemy agent my hand paused on the bun. That reeking money I'd squeezed out of him. Where had it gone? Seeing me pause, Old Show took it for the memory of the danger and clapped my shoulder. That wretch had a black and white photo he called mountain goods. You remember? I remember. I was a little curious. Old Show could learn classified details even after they'd been reported up? I'd thought such things sealed off. You know? He swallowed his bun. I do. They hauled me to the county yesterday. As he told it through, I thought, well now. Once reported, the agent business was too big. That very night Lin Deshi was taken away by a military vehicle, and tracing where he'd been held to the cellar led to Old Show's door. So the relevant person was pulled in for a thorough check. Not long for an ordinary man like him. Finding his children all soldiers and his wardens standing useful, they'd gathered the basics from him on the spot. He knew little, but was struck all the same. A real enemy agent, caught by me on patrol, not fobbed off in 2 glib sentences. Just then I saw 2 men coming toward us, middle-aged, in Zhongshan suits, glancing about as they walked. Plain enough, but few wore Zhongshan suits to the countryside, and the straight-backed marching gait under the ordinary clothes gave them away. Grandpa Zhang. Their eyes fell first on Old Show, then rested a moment on me before drawing back, sharp eyes. Old Show started and made to rise on his cane. Comrade Chun. He'd seen the man once at the county, sent down from the County Public Security Bureau, the militia and security squads, all deferent to him. Sit. Chun Jianxing pressed him back onto the stone block, and the other, Luo Yue, snapped to attention beside him. Hello. We're from the County Public Security Bureau. I'm Luo Yue. This is Comrade Chun Jianxing, here to find Comrade Su Guahao. I'm Su Guahao. Chun waved Luo to ease off, his look at me holding a little probing and approval. Comrade Su. I stood and nodded. All stood but Old Show. Seeing my straight stance and frame, both nodded inwardly. Solid enough. They probed because the boy had seen the mountain goods were wrong, and approved because he'd had the nerve and wit to spot it at once and make the agent empty his magazine. Comrade Su and Grandpa Zhang are close. Old Show beamed. I'm fond of the boy, brave and clever. Young as he is, he's the village warden now. He'd told them at the county that the boy had found the agent, and of his new warden's standing. They'd already checked me out. 3 generations of poor peasants, an educated youth mother sent down by policy, and because of that standing they hadn't hauled me, the first finder, in for questioning. Chin came to the point. Comrade Su, we're mainly here about what that agent was after. Where did you find him? On the mountain, near the lower end, and I told it all. Meeting Lin Deshi, the village man too casual with a black and white picture wrongness, and, from long moving about the mountain, noticing the pistol at his waist. The 3 listened rapt, a teenager's observation matching a scout's, one inattentive detail and its catastrophe. The agent said the rounds left in the pistol all went into a wild boar, Luo put in. I nodded, unruffled. Right? I drew a boar over, dropped flat in the dark, so every round went into it, but the boar still ran. I'd seen the gun. Unless it hits a vital, a boar won't die. Old Show knew boar hide too well. Even a headshot wants a second to the heart before you touch the thing. Chen came to why they'd sought us in the village. Today's only about the agent's mountain goods. Comrade Su, do you recall what they looked like? The 2 that didn't look like mountain goods? Playing the one who remembered. The agent's dead, Luo said, and Old Show and I both startled. Bled out, killed? Reading me, Luo went on. He couldn't hold out and confessed half. We've confirmed only those two false mountain goods. The blow to the back of his head wouldn't have killed him. He bit through his own tongue during treatment. Why the things on this mountain is a mystery, but we know he kept seeking out brush taller than a man and slopes thick with rock and boulders. They couldn't say it too plainly, lest they spread alarm, not knowing I'd long since known they were two shells, which was why two short sentences had sent the agent running up and down after me. At the end, my heart lurched. Why did the place they described sound so familiar? If it was truly there, it was a world away from where Lin Deshi had been on the mountain. Why does that place sound so familiar? Old Shou, who'd carved the hide map himself, thought so too, but couldn't place it. Chun and Luo caught the light in each other's eyes. Grandpa Zhang, you really know it? He thought long and shook his head. I've an impression of the place, but not where on the mountain. It's all winding ridges and rough paths. Hard to find the right spot. Then he remembered the hide map he'd given me among the gear. Xiao Hao, the hide map under the rope I gave you. Did you see it? I did, it's in the back room. Grandpa Zhang, you do have an impression. Isn't that place exactly the area where the bear ranged when the two villages went up to hunt it? It struck him like a thunderbolt. Yes, that's it. A coincidence, and a remarkable one. You're sure? Luo came forward, the good news sudden and fine. You remember the way there? Chen pressed. Can we have the map? I'd no need to keep the hide map. I fetched it out, and Luo, good at maps, held it up reading each route. Old Shou circled a point with his cane head. Here, there's a slope they confirmed during the bear hunt. I can guide if needed. Is the false mountain good something precious? Chen's face was grave. They'd plainly need the warden's help now. It's a shell, Luo said. He could read the rough route, but the spot was dangerous. Those two shells are dangerous in the mountain. A dud's one thing, but if not, the whole forest and the two villages below are doomed. The matter's too grave. Comrade Su, if you would, we may need you to help analyze this map, find the shells, and save more lives. Only now did Old Shou learn it was shells the agent sought. No wonder County Public Security was in it. If not dug out fast, they threatened everyone below. An explosion startling the beasts blundering down, and neither village could withstand it. I can, but by this map alone you'd spend much time and effort finding the slope, I said from the threshold. I remember the rough direction. I can lead. Another great piece of news. Chun and Luo hadn't thought one old man and one boy would bring them so much. Wonderful, Chen jumped in. Let's go up now. I'm familiar with shells. Luo disagreed, gripping the map. No, forgotten the 6 soldiers waiting outside the village? Familiar or not, you're getting on. 2 men, for hands, isn't sure of finding shells. Where have you put the soldiers we brought? Chen knew he'd been hasty. When we reached the village outskirts, Chun and Luo apportioned tasks. The 6 soldiers lined up with digging tools ready, plain coarse clothes, but the bearing was no ordinary man's. Led by me, Chun and Luo beside me and the 6 behind, we went up, and that scene caught the eye of her lazy, passing the slope foot. A count. 8 men, all with tools, going up. Wasn't the warden's post being turned into a nepotism job? How dare the Sioux boy take so many up to hunt? No wonder the little nobody's so famously good. He's got helpers. Lazy seethed. Had he known a whole group could go up, he'd have gone too. Why should a child be warden and not him? Last time he'd been nabbed by Old Shou and warned that if he went up again and brought trouble to the collective, he'd be the first reported. Now he had a handle on the boy, and he set his heart on making it big, on making the Sioux boy pay. I didn't know I was being watched, leading the 8 on, pretending to consult the hide map while truly navigating by the route map. To the others I glanced at a map and known the mountain cold, untired through the noon heat while they ran with sweat. The steep paths were nothing to soldiers, hard-trained. But I wasn't, and through the climb Chun and Luo marveled at my stamina, endurance, and leadership, a teenager keeping a team without one man falling behind. Lucky the high sun kept the beasts in by day, but with autumn near the climate had shifted, sweat and a faint chill at once. The trees thickened, the rock came into view, small still. Keep straight. As the rock nears, mind the loose stone on the left. There's a slope to slide down one by one. Careful, big rocks and a collapsed hollow below. The warnings put them on tenfold guard. Near the spot, I eyed the near 3-meter slope. worried whether the two middle-aged men could manage. I stopped. All stopped at once, marking the steep slide. The manhwa brush. Too fast down, and you'd die. Maybe you two wait here. Chun and Luo blinked, glancing back. It's just that your age might make it dangerous. The other 6, and I can go down one by one. Pointed. That. Chun couldn't believe a child called him old. Luo, too. Was he taken for a paper tiger? The soldiers near cracked smiles. The two set their slide stances and went down in a climbing posture, proving to the young men they weren't old. Down and steady. Chun looked up. Come on down. We old bones are firm. I slid down smooth, the 6 after me, the noon sun making the drop chilling from above. A misstep, and it was unthinkable. Chun and Luo looked at the soft sand underfoot, the boulders and manhwa brush. It's the place, but what's that smell? Sensitive to blood, they thought it tied to the beasts. I cut in. That's from the 14 men of 2 villages who hunted the bear here. No rain since, so it hasn't cleared. Chun hadn't thought a dozen men could truly take a bear. Every man with a gun. I laughed. 1 gun only. Every man armed would be an uprising. Only the warden may carry a gun. Recalling I was the new warden and old show's constant praise, he saw the able boy playing. It's near here, get the device out. A soldier drew a palm-sized mine detector from a canvas pack. The county issued one. Every patch of sand swept. Nothing. Then hum, a sound, and hope. Metal reaction, within 5 meters. The 6 fanned into a half arc, each scoring 2 marks in the sand with an entrenching tool. Chun and Luo, glad, made to help, but were stopped. Leader, we 6 can do it. I waited where I was. Even to step up, I lacked their gear. I eyed their army picks and tools, far better than my brush knife. The 6 knelt, peeling the loose topsoil away gentle, dreading to strike a shell. Pausing at every harder stone to dig round it by finger before going on. No ordinary soldiers, every motion professionally trained. I watched it all. I think I've hit it, the middle one said. Mine too, beside him. Chun and Luo ran over. 2 tools caught on metal, rust-mottled but plainly dangerous. Luo looked to the other side. A second piece struck. Clear carefully, then dig out. At Chen's word, 3 men ringed each piece. Silk cloth laid down, small pry bars out. After repeated clearing, sweat pouring, the bars bore down slow while 2 more brushed the soil aside by finger until a fist-sized iron skin showed. Every throat worked. I watched them work as one, never flinching at the deadliest moment though it cost lives. At such a moment soldiers always stand at the front. 1 slip and the shell blows and none escape. They drew out hemp rope and boards, Chun and Luo helping, and the 2 things came whole into view. It's a dud. Mine too. I leaned to look. Many marks on them. Strange, what did the agents want with duds? Luo brushed the sand from the base and stopped at a carved line of characters. There's writing on the bottom. Chun brushed too, the soldiers holding it up. Time-worn. Only a few blurred characters left. Showa. The year, unreadable. Best take them back for testing, Luo said, cautious. With the agent dead, they had to confirm whether these were recent shells to root out whoever was behind it. Good news for now. Dug out fast, little military effort spent. Were left in place they'd been a threat to the whole mountain. Chun rose praising me. Seems the agent didn't lie. He knew the direction, but not where. In the end, Comrade Su, you've done a great service. Luo agreed. Watching me the whole way, he'd found the boy young, but no small skill. To make warden so young without real ability was just death-seeking. This lad in the army would go far. Dud or not, they roped the shells to a board and moved them off with utmost care. The descent was rough too, and on it Chin noticed something. The boy seemed to know the way. He was sure the hide map was still tucked at his waist, undrawn, and the boy led them all, the direction precise. Even given a year to walk the whole mountain, you couldn't be so cleverly sure. Even Grandpa Zhang, decades a hunter, had to follow his own carved hide map. Reaching the must-pass path at the village's slope foot, they found people blocking it, waiting for something. Chun and Luo wondered, what's this? Did the news leak? The 6 looked at one another. Down first. I led them down to find, among the crowd, village head Su Hangin and brigade secretary Chi Baomen. Behind them, near 10 villagers with hose, plainly rushed from work, the mud still on their trouser cuffs. And at the head, grinning at me, the lazy chicken thief or lazy. Su Hangin and Chi Baoman looked stunned. They hadn't thought her lazy's words true. Village head, secretary, look, it's the Su Guahao boy. Her lazy pointed, hopping. He'd caught them in the act. A warden, knowingly breaking the law, bringing others up to encroach on collective interests. I didn't lie. The near 30 man had found his moment, indicting me in the name of the collective. How could a teenager have such ability? He'd known there was something fishy in cooking up a new warden's title for this brat. If the mountain were open to all, he could go up too. He aired his old grievance. Last time I just wanted to catch a chicken and you and the secretary punished me, and that old show wanted to take off my hand. This boy's done worse than me. Time to hand him and his lot to public security. With so many watching, Su Hangin was displeased. Lazy was making trouble for trouble's sake, but the Su boy had, after all, done wrong. Chi Baomin, careful-minded, knew the warden's post was a life laid on the line. That the boy could catch anything amid man-eaters was his own ability, and a dead warden harmed the village none. The 5 years without one had seen bears and boar run rampant. Evidence was evidence. He had no choice, yet everywhere it fell off. Yang, the educated youth, had only just become the village's teacher. Their character he truly respected, a mother and children all but alone. If it were so, they'd not have split off. They'd just have hauled the Su family up the mountain to earn once. When we reached them, Chi Baoman finally grasped the wrongness, and Su Hangin, however dim-eyed at a distance, could see up close that these men's bearing wasn't a farmer's. Lazy enough. Su Hangin snapped. The 10 villagers behind hadn't expected the old head to hide things. Caught red-handed. Village head, that won't do. Right. The Su boy plainly brought men up, caught dead to rights. Secretary. The 10 lazy had dragged along were the village's famous gossips. No kin to me. The surer to fear no cover-up. I frowned, impatient. Are you done? Lazy clapped. Good lad. Done wrong and still dares threaten us? Village head, secretary. If you shield him, I'll report it. Not just heavy punishment and public security, but a brigade notice, an accounting to every villager. As they pressed, Chen stepped in front of me. Enough. We're out-of-town purchasers, asking Comrade Su about mountain goods, just up for a look. Luo shook his head, secrecy or not. 6 soldiers carrying 2 shells on boards looked nothing like purchasing. The man couldn't even improvise a cover. Purchasers, then, Su Hangin said, taking the man's hand and the excuse. She gave face. Hello, comrade purchaser. Forgive the mess. Lazy made noise without knowing the facts. Lazy didn't buy it and went straight at the 6 to grab what was on the boards, and the instant he neared, they seized him, no reaction time, and threw and kicked him away. Chun and Luo broke a cold sweat. Was the man mad? Snatched and flung about. Even a dud carried risk. They couldn't gamble. What are you doing? Lazy sprawled wailing. My back. See, everyone. These men carry some mountain treasure, eyeing the mountain openly, and the head and secretary blind to it. So many in our village want to be warden. Why a creature like him? Su Hangin, near apoplectic, veins jumping. Why him? Lazy, can't you tell good from bad? He saved the boys who snuck up from the boar's jaws. You hadn't the nerve to go up and look for them. And that's my fault? He killed the bear, dare you? Have you the ability? 5 years no warden. And how many sneaked up and died or were maimed? And now you indict him. She agreed, only wanting it ended before these men laughed at them. Lazy's antics slapped their faces. Chin's whole party turned their eyes on me. A youth with such explosive force and a sense of responsibility, having saved so many. They'd checked my standing but knew only that I was chosen warden, not why. Truly a waste of talent. Enough, Chen roared, unable to bear the bullying. He tore open his Zhongshan suit and drew a palm-sized brown leather wallet from an inner pocket, worn and aged, and flipped it open. I'm the County Armed Forces Department head, Chen Jianqing. Luo drew his too. Luo Yue, deputy head, County Armed Forces Department. The 6 plainclothes soldiers all produced red-covered credentials from their pockets at once. The credentials bright before them, the undisguised bearing, it stunned everyone. Even I startled. I'd known the 2 were no ordinary men, agile for their middle age, but not armed forces. a standing heavier even than county public security. Su Hangen and Chi Bauman stood dazed. No wonder the bearing wasn't a common man's. In decades, no such figures had come to their village, and the Su boy truly had great ability, known even to the county people. The child was beyond belief. My first time at the scene of a face slapping and the lead player in it. So this was the satisfaction television and novels chased. The live thing did have that God among men flavor. The clamoring villagers stuck dumb. But Lazy wouldn't believe it. Impossible. County leaders come to the countryside and don't seek the head or the secretary, but some boy whose hair's not even grown in. Fact before his eyes, and still he refused it. Guahao was a village man, no better off. How could he just know big figures? All thought it too. How was the Sioux boy so able? But none dared question it. The leader's aura proof enough that I truly was. Enough. Lazy, stop making trouble. Chi tore off his fig leaf. Last year you poached on the mountain and were near eaten by a tiger. Shall we not mention that? With leaders here, you've still the face to make a scene. Chun, disliking that a boy who'd done a great service was bullied on top of it, and thinking he'd come today to find this child, whose family lived at the dangerous Slopefoot in a broken hut, decided then to stand up for me. Today we were on a secret task, not wanting to disturb the villagers, and you, comrade, obstruct official business and dare to snatch? Do you know that snatch, gone wrong, would bury the whole village and all of us with you? Luo, Chin's old right hand, knew his mind, and signaled the six to turn the board sideways to show the crowd. Comrade Su recently caught an agent lying in wait on the mountain. The agent had hidden shells there. One trigger, and the mountain and every villager perishes. And now you obstruct us and mean to rob us in the open. Come to county public security. Recalling Lazy's heedless grab terrified everyone. A dud is still a shell, or they'd not have wrapped it so and carried it on a board. Luo signaled 2 soldiers to seize him. Lazy tried to run, no match for them. 2 shot out like leopards, one clamping his neck and twisting his wrist, the other ramming his knee. Ow, pain, pain. He sprawled, knee cracked on the grit. Leader, I was just small-minded, jealous of the boy. I didn't mean to rob anything. Writhing, dreading county public security. A moment's folly. I've no wife, no child. Count me as a fart and let me go. In the village, a few sweet words got him off small thievery. But an obstruction of duty had meant a hard lesson at least, a bullet at worst. What do you two say? Chen put the pressure on the head and secretary, who'd been dragged into this by an Lazy. He's the village's Lazy, a petty thief. Su hanging back the man's arrest fully. He'd never plead for a small thief. The shell matter's too grave. We'll send him to the county for handling. Luo, hearing petty thief, was disgusted. A grown man habituated to thieving and thinking the world owes him. Into the county he goes. Haul him up. The 2 dragged the near 30 man off, his straw shoes scraping away, disbelieving. Village head, secretary, save me. I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Su boy, I was wrong. For the sake of being from one village, beg the leaders to spare me. His wretched wailing carried, and the villagers shrank to the sides, glad they'd not done something foolish and been locked up. The county was not the village. Lazy was likely past saving now. His cries fading, Chen barked at the rest. Don't take wind for wind and rain for rain. Had that man got the dud, every one of us here would be at our own funeral feast. A hiss. They regretted being used as Lazy's guns, most with old and young at home. Eating at a feast and being the feast are not the same. They didn't want to die. Satisfied at their fear, Chen clapped my shoulder before them all. The boy's able. When we're back, we'll send down a commendation. Don't any of you chill a child's heart. If you truly think a child can't be warden, then measure yourselves against him and learn, not bully him. The warden guards collective interests, with no guarantee of his own life among the beasts. The boys memorized so many of the mountain's routes. Do you think the post comes easy? Each word of praise affirmed the post and my ability. The villagers were sick with envy, the county leader's affirmation, and once the commendation came, I'd be famous, beyond any honest doubt. All right, disperse, you should be at work. Luo had business. They'd stood up only because Lazy had chilled people's hearts and dared, dangerously, to grab a shell, forcing them to reveal themselves. When the rest had gone, Su Hangin and Chi Baomin lingered. You two. One's the village head, one's the brigade secretary? Luo said, the question all confirmation. Yes, leader. I'm Su Hangin, village head. He hurried, never in all his years having seen a county head and deputy head before him at once. I'm Chi Baomin, brigade secretary, truly sorry for all the trouble caused. Glad he hadn't fallen out with me and had given Yang the teacher's post, earning some goodwill. Any other time, they'd not have stooped so, but today the trouble was their own villagers. We may need you two to clear Comrade Su's name later. When this is settled, the county will send people to commend him. Certainly, we'd do so even unbidden, Su Hangin said. Catching an agent alone was face enough, and now digging out shells. When the county commended him, the second Su's side would likely die of rage. We'll clear Xiaohao's name on the commune loudspeaker. Rest easy, Chi promised, understanding the leaders well. The commune owed at least a basic reward for real contribution, but for Erlazy's interference, they'd only have learned of it when the county came. Chun and Luo nodded, smiling for the first time on their stern faces. Our thanks. Keep the shell matter quiet. Mainly clear his name on the agent affair. Rest easy, leaders. Then the two stopped pressing them and walked toward the vehicle outside the village, laughing and talking with me the whole way, so that Su Hangin and Chi, about to leave, traded looks. The boy had real ability now, and the leaders seemed to think highly of him. He was likely not far from rising high. Comrade Su, want to join the army? Chen couldn't help turning to it. We'd just been on gun models. The shift caught me off guard. The army? That's right, Luo said, eyeing my frame, satisfied. The county armed forces department's always recruiting able new soldiers. With your skill and memory, you'd be good stock. I'd put in a word and get you into armed forces training. Young as you are, made warden, there'll always be the unconvinced. Better go make a name in the army. Serve the country. True enough, people believe the lies they make. Once this passed, more 30 and 40-year-olds bent on poaching would go up, and with autumn and winter the beasts and poachers would only grow. A warden's death brought no compensation, and they hated to lose good stock. Chen chimed in. And during training, your grain rations still issued. For the harder cases, the commune can give a subsidy first. He laid out the army's every benefit. I knew it. In this era, the army was a good road, food and lodging found, a uniform, and merit bringing glory to the whole family, which was why they'd spoken to the head and secretary of clearing my name and commendation. I thought of old Grandpa Zhang's children, soldiers. Grandpa Zhang. His children are all in the army. I know. Can't come home once in years. I knew my own great strength was a draw. But the countryside now was no place for a near-fatherless family. With the Su clan, once I was off in the army, mountains high and the emperor far, if my family were bullied, I'd not know in time. I'd schemed so hard to take over a homestead and rebuild, hoping to lead my family to a better life. Thank you, leaders, but I've no plan to join for now. Chen sighed, regretful. He'd seen the spark in my eyes at the benefits and knew the boy probably couldn't, knowing a little of the Su affair. A teenager who'd sooner be warden and live with his mother and siblings in a hut had much to weigh. Still, he drew out a sheet and handed it to me. All right, here's my address and the armed forces phone. If you ever change your mind, come find me. And army or no, if we need meat, we'll contact you, the warden, to trade grain for it. In a rural village then, phones were near non-existent. The commune had one. The counties installed at the armed forces department for the more dangerous tasks. Trading grain for meat from a warden was above board. Thank you, Leader Chun, Leader Luo. I knew this was their offer of goodwill, and took the sheet sincerely. At the military vehicle, Erlazy was bound tight, no chance to run out and beg me. After I saw them off, the village head and secretary, still behind, were struck by the warm scene. They couldn't hear the talk, but the leader's closeness with me was real. The boy was likely not far from making good. Old Chi, I hear you made Yang the educated youth the literacy teacher? Settled some days now. Su Hangin stroked his beard. Yes. Good, good. Then something struck him. Today we'd best prepare. Clear Xiaohao's name on the commune loudspeaker. Before the county's commendation comes, the commune must give face too. She agreed. Right, let's go. What they didn't know was that, before they could even do it, The 10 big mouse or lazy had dragged over were already spreading word of Su Guahao all through the day's work.